What's up, guys? How are y'all? Sorry, it's just like mega loud. What's up, guys? Happy whatever fucking day it is. I think it's Tuesday or Wednesday. But what's up? Oh, I hope y'all are having a good week. I had some bad weather yesterday. Lights kept flickering. Sky was black. And when it wasn't even all that bad, it just a whole bunch of fucking rain. That was like the first time in a long time I've had internet issues too. I forgot my glasses. Okay. Alright, Vince, Christian, Cat, Mysterious. What's good, guys? How are y'all? I hope y'all are having a good day. Whew. When I get warm, I'll take this back off. Just for the moment. The boy's fucking. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Shit. I'm not putting it all the way on. People always just make fun of me because I'd wear my hoodies this way. I didn't need it, although I just need my arms warm. All right. Well. We're gonna start with some army time stuff, some military stuff. Because we haven't covered that in a couple of days. And the reason we haven't covered it in a couple of days wasn't really because I didn't want to or I didn't have time. It's just there wasn't any new stories. I mean, there's always new stories, but there wasn't anything I wanted to cover, much less upload, because I be uploading these. So okay. I gotta put this on, bro. I can't just silence. All right. See. Who we want to check out first? Russia reduces prison sentence for U.S. soldier convicted of theft. Oh, this is a military service member. Duh, it's on the Army Times, but I don't know, man. Sometimes the Army Times would be reporting on stuff that isn't military related. Sometimes, not often. Staff Sergeant Gordon Black flew to Russia to see his girlfriend. I gotta read this. That's all I needed to read. Have y'all ever seen that movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper? You know the loan shark that he gets $100,000 from in the beginning of the movie to start up his business? And I swear to God, it's like some Russian dude. This dude looks just like him. I swear. Go watch the movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper. This guy right here looks just like that one loan shark guy. That, you know what? Interestingly enough, I'm almost pretty sure that guy was Russian. Holy shit. Okay. It's crazy. All right, check that out. Something's off with the girlfriend here. We haven't read the story, but you're in the military, and you fly to Russia to see your girlfriend, right? So you have enough money to purchase a plane ticket to Russia. What does this staff sergeant need to steal from her? I think she might be lying. Or maybe he did actually steal some shit, and if you did, you're a moron. I don't know, let's see. An appellate court in Russia's Far East on Monday reduced the prison sentence for an American soldier convicted of stealing and making threats of murder. Okay, never mind. That seems pretty, never mind. Sorry to the girlfriend. I mean, but, you know, that's where the brain always goes. You know, someone dies. When someone dies or something like that, or something, yada yada, they always look at the family first. Once the family's out of the way, then they actually go look for a suspect. But where my brain went. Anyways, Staff Sergeant Gordon Black, 34, flew to the Pacific port city of hold on, let me see if I can get this right. Vladivostok to see his girlfriend and was arrested in May 2024 after she accused him of stealing from her, according to U.S. officials and Russian authorities. She may still be lying. I don't know. Let's see. A month later, a court in Russia convicted him and sentenced him to 3 years and 9 months in prison. That's a lot for theft. Then again, someone breaks into your house and steals shit. It depends. If they don't have a gun, maybe they get less than this. But if they have a gun, a weapon, they're getting like, that's armed robbery. That's breaking and entering. That's like 7 to 8 automatically. No questions asked, but all right. Black was also ordered to pay 10,000 rubles, $115 at the time, in damages. Wow, really? That's not even like anything major. Black lost one appeal in a regional court that upheld his sentence, but the judge in the Ninth Court of Cassation on Monday agreed to reduce his sentence to 3 years and 2 months in prison. Oh, okay. So, wait, what? Okay. That's so... What's the difference? Years is years, man. You take off months, I don't give a fuck. So originally he had 3 years and 9 months, but some judge was like, nah, that's too harsh. Let's give him 3 years and 2 months. Fuck it, you should have just left it. Who cares? Alright, Black's defense had asked the court to acquit him of making threats of murder and reduce the punishment for theft and request the judge partially sustained, according to the IRA report. I mean, so is he guilty of the threats of murder? Because, you know, here in America, that's called making terroristic threats, and you will go to jail for that. But I don't know, 3 years. One of my friends from back home made terroristic threats. He didn't do 3 years. He did a couple days and counting. But this is Russia, so you gotta behave in other countries, man. Or just stop messing with these hoes. I don't know, man. Russia has jailed a number of Americans in recent years as tensions between Moscow and the West grew. Some, like corporate security executive and Marine veteran Paul Whelan, Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Greskovich, and teacher Mark Fogel were designated by the U.S. government as wrongfully detained and released in prisoner swaps. A few others remain jailed in Russia on drug or assault convictions. You know why they're still jailed in Russia? Because they're not a fucking 6'8" black lesbian basketball player. That's why they're still jailed in Russia. Imagine. They include Robert Gilman, 72, who was handed a 3.5-year sentence after being found guilty of assaulting a police officer. Okay, bro, that's like your fault. I can only make so many excuses for y'all. Following a drunken disturbance on a train. So, you caused a brouhaha on public transportation and then beat the shit out of a police officer. That won't get you 3 years here, but that will get you jail for a substantial amount of time here in America. So, And Travis Leak, a musician who was convicted on drug charges and sentenced to 13 years in prison. Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, we have fentanyl addicts roaming the streets free all day. Damn. Oh, the differences, man. It's wild. Black was on leave and in the process of returning to his home base at Fort Cavazos, Texas. That's Fort Hood, right? From South Korea, where he had been stationed at Camp Humphreys with the 8th Army. I've never heard of that unit. 8th Army? The U.S. Army said Black signed out for his move back home, and instead of returning to the continental United States, Black flew from Incheon Republic of Korea through China to Vladivostok, Russia, for personal reasons. Okay. That's not against the rules. At least I don't... Okay, so... Okay. He was on leave and in the process of returning to his home base of Fort Cavazos, Texas. He was stationed in South Korea. So he was going from South Korea to Texas. And he was going on leave, right? Because you get to go on leave when you PCS for a time. You can take leave. So instead of going home, which I'm sure he had probably had things to do, like finding a place to live, household goods, right? Instead, he went to Russia. Which, again, I'm not sure it's against the rules, because, I know, man, when I was deployed, a lot of us went home. A lot of us went back to the States. A lot of us went back to our hometown for leave. We had one guy, instead of going home because he didn't have any family, he went to Thailand. Yeah, he did that. He didn't get in trouble, though. Under Pentagon policy, service members must get clearance for any international travel from a security manager or commander. I'm assuming that guy in my unit got permission to go to Thailand, because that's where he went on leave, bro. He didn't have any family. He was the last remaining person of his lineage. That was it. It was just him. He was the last of the last. And he didn't go back to America. He went on vacation. It's leave, right? So he got permission, I guess. I suppose. I did. Yeah. And you do. We had a guy at Fort Stewart who we had a 5-day weekend miraculously, and he decided that he was going to fly back to Italy because he used to be stationed with the 173rd, like I was. And that was his plan. Whether he did so or not, I don't know. Whether it got approved or not, I don't know. But he did have to ask permission for that. Because, I mean, I told him he was stupid for that. I was like, dog, it's a 5-day weekend. You're going across the planet. For what? And then you got to come right back. You'll have like 2 days of fun, if that. Everything else is caught up in travel time. But the U.S. Army said last month that Black hadn't sought such travel clearance, jackass, and it wasn't authorized by the Defense Department. Given the hostilities in Ukraine and threats to the U.S. and its military, it is extremely unlikely he would have been granted approval. Can I see a picture of your girlfriend? I gotta see why this was worth it, really. Because you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in so much trouble. I think your career's over. Really. Effectively, your career's over. This must have been one badass Russian girl. That's all I'm saying. Black's girlfriend, Alexandra Vashchuk, told reporters last year that it was a simple domestic dispute during which Black became aggressive and attacked her, stealing money from her wallet. Bro, you're a staff sergeant. What do you need to steal for? I know how much money y'all make. Granted, it's not anything like crazy extravagant, but you make enough to where you don't have to steal from your girlfriend. If you're in the military, period, you don't have to steal from your girlfriend. Usually it's the other way around. Usually these girls are taking advantage of us, not us taking advantage of them. She described Black as violent and unable to control himself. I've never known Russian girls to be liars, like some American girls, right? They'll lie on you for no fucking reason, just to be vindictive, or just to be petty, or because they're bored. I don't feel like Russian women are like that, so maybe she's telling the truth. U.S. officials have said that Black, who is married, throw an adultery charge on top of everything that he's guilty of. Jesus! Met Voschuk in South Korea. Okay. You're Russian. What were you doing in South Korea? Traveling? According to U.S. officials, she had lived in South Korea, and last fall, she and Black got into some type of domestic dispute or altercation. After that, she left South Korea. And went back to Russia. It isn't clear if she was forced to leave or what, if any role South Korean authorities had in the matter. No, I think she left on her own. I think she left on her own and said, fuck you. And then he found out where she lived. He knew that she was from Russia, but I guess he found out where she lived on some stalker shit. I don't know. Yeah. So, even if he got himself caught. If it wasn't for this situation with his girlfriend, had he just been like, I guess, a normal, maybe he was just like jealous, I guess. Maybe Alexandra was just super bad, bro, and all the guys were looking at her and he was a little toddler about it. I don't know, couldn't handle his emotions. But he got himself caught. He probably could have kept traveling to these places. He probably could have kept going back to Russia if he wanted to. Because up until this happened, the military had no idea. So this is the prime example of don't make yourself known in the service. If it's not going to be for anything good, be invisible. Don't make yourself known to the service, man. That's one thing that we were taught in basic training. Don't be noticed. Don't stand out in a negative way, okay? Because once you stand out in a negative way, guess what's going to happen? Drill sergeant, drill sergeant, drill sergeant. And it's like, you stood out. You did something to attract negative attention. You stood out. Now all eyes are on you. Now you're fucked. And that's exactly how it was. And it all goes back to basic training, man. You're invisible. You try to be as invisible as you can to where the drill sergeants don't have to look in your direction. Because if they have to look in your direction, it's not for anything good, bro. It's just not. That's the way basic training is. If they're looking at you or talking to you, chances are you fucked up. That's it. Because everything is a teaching environment. Everything is a learning environment. Everything is essentially a class, right? So, and they teach broadly. That's why they yell, so that everyone can learn, even if you're far away, right? That's what they told us about the whole yelling thing. So once you stand out, once you make yourself visible in a negative way to someone with authority, you fucked yourself. And now everything negative that you did up until that point is going to get uncovered, right? Oh, he's going to Russia. Oh, he's got this girlfriend. Oh, he's doing this. Oh, he's doing that. They didn't know that until, you made yourself known. Until you gave them a reason to look at you. And now look at you. Rough. Dishonorable discharge? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Made the military look bad. Took leave without permission. Didn't get approval to travel internationally. And then caused problems in a foreign nation. as some dumb 18-year-old college kid, 19-year-old college kid, you can probably cause problems in a foreign nation. Whatever. Maybe people are upset for a couple of minutes. They get over it, on to the next story. But when it's military, we're not getting on to the next story, man. They're going to focus on you for a hard minute. So, yeah. This right here makes me feel less bad for... Cat, what's good? How are you? Just got done reading this story about this staff sergeant in the army that basically threw his career away for a Russian girl. I really do want to see this girl, Alexandra, because she's got to be bad, right? She's got to be bad, bro. She made a staff sergeant in the United States Army basically lose his fucking mind, break military rules, lose his military bearing, and get arrested in a foreign country. She's gotta be bad. If he was willing to do all of that, she's gotta be like Tom Brady's wife. She's gotta be like fucking Melania. Because that's a lot to throw away for a chick that you're not married to. And even then, that's still a lot to throw away for a wife. I think your wife's just being unreasonable if you gotta throw that shit away like that. But and he was cheating. I completely forgot about that. Yep. So in 3.5 years, he's gonna come back to America. And when he comes back to America, I don't know what happens to his contract in this time. Does his contract continue? But in 3.5 years, he's going to come back to America. And when he comes back to America, he's going to go through a court-martial. Or he's just going to get dishonorably discharged. And one of his charges on his dishonorable is going to be adultery. Which to this day, as it sits in 2025, is still against UCMJ of the United States military. Adultery. And if the spouse can prove it, you're getting charged with that. But the spouse doesn't have to prove it. The whole fucking world knows. Like, jeez. What a catastrophic drop. That's rough, man. I fucked around with a Russian chick one time. It didn't make me want to commit crime. And she also didn't make me want to put hands on her. Okay, let's try to find another one that's just as interesting. Whew. No, that's still about the soldiers. Let me actually go to... And then after we do like 1 or 2 more of these, we'll get to the list, what y'all requested, what we're gonna do today, what we're gonna watch. Trump administration in early talks to hold military parade in DC. Damn, bro, when was the last time they did a military parade? I mean, usually we do DNC on our own for ourselves. It's almost the equivalent of like when Hollywood does these award shows and they basically congratulate each other and give each other handshakes and shit. That's what we do, right? I feel like our job's more important than Hollywood, but that's what we do. An actual public... I haven't seen that in a while. I haven't heard of that in a while. I actually never participated in a military parade. Ugh, and now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I'd want to. That's a lot of DNC. That's a lot of standing out in the sun. Position of attention. Hope y'all drink water for that parade. It's gonna be a hot one. Let's continue. Trump promises $1 trillion in defense spending for next year. Sweet Jesus. But hey, I feel hella safe. I guess. Fuck it. We'll just print more money, man. That's how it goes. Top U.S. admiral at NATO removed. amid Trump's growing military firings. Oh, god damn it, and it's a female. People are gonna bitch. Trump is sexist. Ah! Nah, bro, he's actually fired more dudes than women, but I think he actually prefers to fire the men, to be honest. Vice Admiral. Impressive. Shoshana. That's a wild name for a white girl, I will say. Shoshana Chatfield represented the U.S. in NATO's military commission, the alliance's leading military board. She got fired. Rough. There's a couple stories in here about Marines. Back to 13 Marine squads and a new company for infantry battalions. Okay. Squads had grown to 15 Marines during infantry battalion experiments in recent years, so they're cutting it from 15-man squads to 13. I wouldn't mind it either way. Wait, our squad was 10. We didn't even have 13. We didn't even come close to 15. I'm gonna do one of these. Katai, what's good? And have fun picking up the little ones. Oh, here we go. Trump fires 4-star general, heading NSA, U.S. Cyber Command. Damn. Everybody's getting fired. Everybody is getting fired, man. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He didn't drain it, bro. He unearthed it and just fucking replaced it with a whole ass building. Okay, it's one of these. Let's see why this guy gets fired. Oh, he looks sad. Don't worry, dude. You're fine. You're a 4-star. You'll be okay. It's like, I don't even know why some of these people get mad about being fired. You still have a job, really. I mean, you're a 4-star. You'll go do something else. You'll go do another thing. And if not, guess what? You can retire. You have plenty of money. Wah, wah, wah. So what? It doesn't, like, if I was in your position and I got fired, I'd be like, cool, bet. I'll be at Fort Couch, chilling. But these 4-star generals make a lot of fucking money, man. That's all I'm saying. Like, if I was a 4-star and I got fired, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's fine. Either I'll go find something else that pays equal, maybe a little bit more, whatever. Private sector shit, I don't know. These people in these ranks, they always bounce back. They never, like, they're never down and out, man. It's not like some people, they get fired and it's just like, oh, fuck. This is gonna be a rough fucking 2.5, 3.5 months. Nope, not these people. They get fired and it's like, oh man, this is gonna be like a rough couple hours. That's it. So President Donald Trump has abruptly fired the director of the National Security Agency, according to U.S. officials and members of Congress, but the White House and the Pentagon have provided no reasons for the move. So why the fuck did you upload this story? The whole fucking reason I clicked on it, man. Senior military leaders informed Thursday of the firing of Air Force General Tim Howe. However the fuck. Who also oversaw the Pentagon's Cyber Command, the officials said. They received no advance notice about the decision to remove a 4-star general with a 33-year career in intelligence and cyber operations. That's wild, actually. To be removed with no notice, like no fucking, just like out of the blue. Hey, by the way, bye. That's wild. For someone of that position, for someone of that title and that prestige. Bro, like 4-star generals, man, that's not an easy task to accomplish, man. It's like CEO levels, like in the civilian world. The move has triggered sharp criticism from members of Congress and demands for an immediate explanation. And it marks the latest dismissal of national security officials by Trump at a time when its Republican administration faces criticism over his failure to take any action against other key leaders' use of unclassified signal messaging chat that included, yeah. That's dog water right there too. It's unclear who now is in charge of the NSA and the Cyber Command. Wait. So, bro, I must say that's kind of retarded. You fire this guy and you didn't even have a replacement? For real? DeRozier, what's good, man? Also fired was Haas civilian deputy at the NSA, Wendy Noble. Damn, got fired by association. I don't know, man. Who knows? These people, these two, they could be guilty of something. They could have done something wrong, and the Trump administration simply just said, hey, you're fired, and I will allow you to leave with grace and your dignity and your reputation intact. We won't say anything to anybody, but you have to go. Maybe that's a case. Maybe that's a scenario, right? Allowing someone of that status, that rank, to leave gracefully if they've done something wrong. Maybe it's kind of like one of those resign or you're fired type things. I don't know. Maybe he took the firing instead of resigning, because resigning still looks just as bad as getting fired, and kind of even looks worse, because in that case you're admitting to guilt by resigning. But who knows what it was, and who knows why it happened so fast. And I think it's completely ill-advised to fire someone of that caliber without having an immediate replacement to step in afterwards. The NSA notified congressional leadership and top lawmakers of the national security committees of the firing late Wednesday, but did not give reasons, according to a person familiar with the situation who insisted on anonymity to discuss the matter. The person said Noble has been reassigned to the Office of the Defense Undersecretary for Intelligence. See, I told you, bro, when these people get fired, they don't actually get fired. You see what I'm talking about? That's what I was saying earlier. She was fired, but guess what? No, she wasn't. She was just reassigned to the Office of the Defense Undersecretary for Intelligence. Still making the same, if not maybe slightly less than she was making before, if there was even a change in her salary. You see, these people don't get fired, man. It's like, so, they don't get fired like normal people. The White House did not respond to messages seeking comment. Maybe this general was the reason for the Signal debacle, and maybe he was the one that, who knows? Because they said Signal messaging. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it all ties in. The NSA referred questions about how to the Defense Department. The Pentagon did not respond to questions about why he was fired or provide other details. Okay, so the Trump administration's not going to say why he was fired. The NSA doesn't know why he was fired. They reached out to the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is not saying shit either about why he was fired. So, what do y'all think? What does that tell y'all? You know what this reminds me of? If any of y'all follow gaming at all, this reminds me of the Dr. Disrespect situation. Remember when he got banned off Twitch? And we all know what happened now with, the texting the underage people. But remember when he got banned from Twitch and he was like, I have no idea why I got banned. Twitch wouldn't say why he got banned. Twitch staff wouldn't say why he got banned. Nobody knew. No one was saying anything. Because it was sensitive information. It was so sensitive at the time because it had something to do with a minor. No one wanted to say anything. No one could say anything. And at the time, no one knew. And this went on for a while. Years even. And then finally, someone caved and said something. Right? So, Nobody wants to say anything. One of the highest ranking people in the United States military gets fired without notice, without anything, just gone like you were never there. And no one's saying a word. Wild. Sean Parnell, the chief Pentagon spokesman, would only say in a statement that the department thanks Haw for his decades of service to our nation, culminating as U.S. Cyber Command Commander and National Security Agency Director. We wish him and his family well. Confusing shit here, man. Far-right activist and commentator Laura Loomer appeared to take credit Friday in a post on X, saying she raised concerns to Trump about Haw's ties to General Mark Milley. Well, that guy got fired too. And the Biden administration, and questioned the NSA's chief's loyalty to the president. I seriously at least I hope, because then that would severely make me lose faith in this administration if they're taking advice from Twitter. I doubt that's the case. I hope that's not the case. But and he questioned the NSA chief's loyalty to the president. Miley served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during Trump's first term, but has since become an outspoken critic. Are you an outspoken critic or a... what's the term I'm looking for? Are you an outspoken critic or a disgruntled ex-employee? Given the fact that the NSA is arguably the most powerful intel agency in the world, we cannot allow for a Biden nominee to hold that position, Loomer wrote. Thank you, Mr. President, for being receptive to the vetting materials provided to you, and thank you for firing these Biden holdovers. There could be some validity to that, but I don't know. I'm taking all that shit of what I just read with a grain of salt. I hope that this decision was made not based off of a post on Twitter. Loomer, who has claimed the September 11, 2001 attacks were an inside job. Hey, don't say that all condescendingly, because it's not just Loomer that thinks that. There is a big portion of this fucking nation that believes that to be true, including me. Had discussed staff loyalty with Trump in an Oval Office meeting Wednesday, according to several people familiar with the situation who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive personnel matter. A day later, Trump said he fired some White House National Security Council officials. Hold on. Okay, so this Loomer person actually has access to the White House and actually has access to the president and can have conversations with. But who the fuck are you? You're a commentator? So you're like me, but more popular. Or like anyone that covers military news, right? Activist. I mean, like, Representative Jim Hines, ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, sent a letter to Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth demanding to know why, how, and Noble were fired. And you know what, bro? I want to know too. I think we all want to know, to be honest. Public reporting suggests that your removal of these officials was driven by a fringe social media personality. I hope that's not the case. Which represents a deeply troubling breach of the norms that safeguard our national security. You know, that's kind of rich, really, that y'all say that this way, because it really was deeply troubling all those years ago when Twitter banned the president. And a whole bunch of fucking Democratic-ass liberals were running Twitter and were running basically all of social media, were silencing all of us, and we're putting all these crazy fucking people with agendas and weird talking points at the very fucking top. So it's funny you say that, but I mean, hey, I get it. Senator Jack Reed, a Democrat from Rhode Island, said Friday that he has long warned about the dangers of firing military officers as a political loyalty test. I mean, China recently just did that. I think the president himself, bro, of China fired everybody because he couldn't trust anybody, because there was so much corruption within the ranks of even generals, man. There was a story, and feel free to find it, but the president of China, bro, fired everyone, and he fired so many fucking people that it greatly hindered China's ability to do anything. So at one point, had anything popped off with China, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. And they wouldn't have been able to attack if someone pissed them off, or they wouldn't be able to actually take the initiative on anything, because, dude, the president fired there was so much corruption within their military that he fired everybody. And maybe he has since hired people back, I would hope. It's been a while since that story came out, but if you can't trust a motherfucker, you can't trust a motherfucker. That's just it. So, I mean, in addition to other military leaders and national security officials Trump has fired, he is sending a chilling message throughout the ranks. Don't give your best military advice or you may face consequences. That's stupid. That's not what he's saying at all. That's not what that says. But he added that Trump has given a priceless gift to China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea by purging competence from our national security leadership. I mean, that was pretty much already out the fucking window when we were using Signal. The relay war plans within top branches of the government, but I mean, yeah, as of right now, if no one has filled that position, it is a security problem if we don't have anybody manning that. But maybe they have an interim. I doubt that they would leave that unfilled, right? Just like we will never leave the presidential seat unfilled. We will always have someone there. So I'm assuming that there is an interim director for the time being. Maybe that interim director turns into the actual director and runs the whole show, or maybe they just, and it's just like in any other rank of the military. If you don't have a first sergeant, there's going to be an E7 or an E8 that takes master sergeant, or a sergeant first class that takes that responsibility until an actual first sergeant arrives, right? So I don't really think it would be anything different here. At least I fucking hope not. Another Democrat, Senator Mark Warner, man, all the Democrats are pissed, of Virginia, vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said the U.S. was facing unprecedented cyber threats. We're always facing unprecedented cyber threats. Stop fear-mongering me. And asked how firing Ha, who has served in the military for more than 30 years, makes America safer. I don't know. I have no idea. But I do know the capabilities of our United States Navy. And I do know the capabilities of our Air Force. And I do know the capabilities of all of our top-tier special operation groups. So one guy is not going to make or break. Stop fear-mongering, man. Please. Please. One man doesn't make anything. It doesn't. It's an army, man. It's all of us. One person is not going to make or break us. Okay? In this regard. That's one guy that can be replaced, man. Just like I could have been replaced. Just like any E5 can be replaced. Just like any captain can be replaced. It's easy. And the entire operation doesn't hinge on one fucking person. So, stop it. Please. Pause firings set off a 60-day process. Unless he is moved to another 3 or 4-star job in 60 days, he would automatically revert to a 2-star. Oh, shit! That's crazy. Damn. He's a 4-star. That'd be a drop in pay. A massive drop in pay, I think. Oof. Any new high-level job would be unlikely since that would require a nomination from Trump, who just fired him. As a result, yeah, dude, once you get fired from the absolute top, there's nowhere to go. Like, it's only down, right? And there are no 5-star generals anymore. We haven't had a 5-star general since who? What? Fucking Ulysses S. Grant? I may be wrong. I don't know. Ha, who was confirmed for the NSA job in a unanimous Senate vote in December 2023, would likely retire with a great pension, great retirement plan. You don't have to worry about anything. Trump hasn't commented on Ha or Noble, but on Thursday he dismissed the National Security Council firings as normal. Always we're letting go of people, Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One as he made his way to Miami on Thursday afternoon. People that we don't like or people that we don't think can do the job, people that may have loyalties to somebody else. He runs the show, man. That's it. And if you run your business, if you have a business and you run it, you can feel free to fire whatever employees you want. That's it. I don't really think... In the civilian world, I don't think you can just fire someone because you don't like them. But when you're the fucking president, what can you do? Really? I mean... And please don't get me started on all the stupid shit that Biden did, alright? Okay? Please. If you don't think that someone can do the job, fire them. If you think they have loyalty issues, fire them. Right? Especially in this line of work. If you're the manager of a Chick-fil-A and you don't think that your employees are loyal, man, fuck it. It's fast food. It's Chick-fil-A. But at this level, you need loyalty. You need people you can trust. Because if you can't trust it, you're no good. Really. You're just in a position taking up space. So, but people that you don't like, that wouldn't fly in the civilian world. I think that would be cause for like wrongful termination. But again, you're the top dog, man. So that's just... I mean, dude, I've seen people get fired because they showed up to work with a bad attitude. The manager was like, I don't like your attitude. Get the fuck out. Bye. Right? So, I mean, maybe that falls into fucking people that we don't like, right? I'm just saying. The firings come as Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, fights calls for... Hold on, I'm sorry. The firings come as Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, fights calls for his ouster after using the publicly available encrypted Signal app to discuss planning. Yeah. Warner called it astonishing that Trump would fire the nonpartisan, experienced leader of the National Security Agency while still failing to hold any member of his team accountable for leaking classified information on a commercial app. Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid, and I think that somebody should be held accountable. At the very least, find a fucking patsy or something just to appease people. Even as he apparently takes staffing direction on national security from a discredited conspiracy theorist in the Oval Office. Ha met last month with Elon Musk, whose Department of Government Efficiency has roiled the federal government by slashing personnel and budgets at dozens of agencies. In a statement, the NSA said the meeting was intended to ensure both organizations are aligned with the new administration's priorities. And that's another thing that people forget. The Department of Government Efficiency. If you're occupying a job that doesn't even need to be a job anymore, that we don't need, that is just irrelevant and outdated, yeah, you're getting fired, because why are we putting money into that? It's just like, there was a lot of things, man, in the government that had money going to it that didn't need money going to it, dude. And I always think back to the army, man. Like, look at how the army spends money. Look at how the army spends money. That's how the government spends money. So while you can go to Ranger Joe's and get a rucksack for maybe $95 or something like that, you know what Central Issue facility on a military installation would charge you if you lost that rucksack? About $600. Because that's the way it goes. So much useless money, an absurd amount of money going to things that we shouldn't be paying that much for. All right, so there's a lot of people that you're working for a department that's just like, what the fuck is your department for? We don't need it anymore. It's outdated. It's pointless, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like going through your bank statements, right? You ever gone through your bank statement and you're just like, all right, I paid that, I paid that, I paid that. Wait, what the fuck is that? What is that? Why is that $10 coming out? What even is that? Hold on, let me see what that is. Oh, man, I'm not using that shit. Delete, goodbye, I'm not paying that anymore. It's kind of like that. You ever gone through your bank statements, bro, and you found a gym membership you forgot about? Or you found a, remember Video Warehouse or Blockbuster or something like that? You had a membership there that you forgot about? Or maybe, like, you had something you signed up for that you were paying for? Or maybe you had, like, Xbox Live and you don't play Xbox anymore and it's just been taking money and you're just like, oh, I forgot that they were taking money from me. Let's go ahead and cancel that, right? It's just like that. But at a bigger scale. And we're not dealing with just like $19.99 and like a $49.99 subscription. No, we're dealing with millions of dollars. So like some people gotta go. Some departments have to get dissolved because fuck, dude. Like that's the way it goes. Someone needs to get held accountable for that Signal messaging app, bro. I'm telling you, because I would have got fucking demoted for that shit. Someone needs to pay. Fucking somebody. Let's see. Cyber Command is known as America's first line of defense in cyberspace and also plans offensive cyber operations for potential use against adversaries. Yeah, why don't we just go find Raymond Reddington? I'm pretty sure he could run the show fairly well. I'm kidding. For those of you that are fans of Blacklist. Well, there's that. There's the story for you. I was thinking Eisenhower, MacArthur. Was it? Both? They were both 5 stars? It's a quick Google search away, but I know we haven't had a 5-star general in a long ass time. Who was the last? There's probably been several, but who? It knew what I was going to type in. Wow, that's crazy. Thanks for listening, Google, intently. The last U.S. military officer to hold the 5-star rank was General of the Army Omar Bradley, who died in 1981, and the 5-star rank has not been used since. I was wrong as fuck. My apologies to Omar Bradley. I did not put any kinds of respect on your name. But now I know. Other 5-star generals, here we go. Notable. George C. Marshall, Douglas MacArthur, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and Henry H. Arnold. All right. Good to know. Omar Bradley was just the most recent. Omar Bradley. They didn't happen to name the tank after him, did they? That'd be some shit. Brian, what's good? Navy 5-star admirals. Fleet Admirals William D. Leahy, Ernest King, Chester Nimitz. We know what was named after that guy, I think. And William Bull Halsey. I think we watched a video on that guy by Fat Electrician. They did name the Bradley after him. That's crazy. That's some good history that I didn't know. That's fantastic. $5 stars, man. Wild. I wonder why. No, I don't think we'll ever. Do y'all think we'll ever see a 5-star again? I don't think so. I think the only way we see another 5-star is if Trump dubs himself a 5-star general, which I don't even think that's possible. I don't even think you can do that. You're already commander-in-chief. So, I mean, wait, couldn't he? I don't see why not. You had an accident and you were in a coma? Holy ass. And you're here? That's fantastic. And you're like typing? That's crazy. And like, how long was the coma? Any muscular atrophy? Or like, how long was the recovery? That's wild. Motorcycle accident? I'm guessing. Car accident? Piano fell from the sky? I don't know. Could be anything. Ashley, what's good? Probably not unless World War III. Not enough units deployed at one time. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think a 5-star general is going to matter in World War III. Nothing matters in World War III. Because you already know what weapons we're using in World War III. It's inevitable. So as long as we stay in World War II being history, then we should be fine, man. There's always going to be global conflict, but as long as there's not nuclear warfare, we continue as a race, as a species. And isn't that the most important thing? People die every day, that's fine. There's little battles, there's little wars, there's little skirmishes, whatever. People die all the time. That's life, that's the world. But as long as we don't descend into fucking madness and we don't turn into the Fallout TV show, then I think that we will be good. Civil wars will happen. Societies will fall, but our species will continue, hopefully. Likely scenario is tactical nukes on military targets versus Russia or China. That's what I've always thought, and I never... That's... You know what always baffled me, Steel Rain, is just how military bases never get attacked. Have you noticed that, man? And I'm not talking about like another country's military attacking our military bases. I'm just talking about like period. Like period, not even by crazy people. Because, like, you know how easy it is to get onto a military installation? Or you know how easy it is to get onto Fort Benning? And I always thought to myself, anytime I would go to Fort Benning and, like, just the ridiculously easy security, and I always thought to myself, bro, if I really wanted to, I could wreak havoc on this installation. I could, man, and no one would know for, like, at least a couple hours. Depending on the havoc. If I wanted to extend my reign of terror, I could make it last a couple of days, maybe hide out, maybe go. I know where all the ranges are. I could hide out on a gun range, a tank range, right? It'd take them forever to find me, and I could just repeatedly wreak havoc on an installation. But that never happens. And it's so surprising to me. It's so surprising to me. I mean, there was that one story from a couple weeks ago of like an Air Force base that like their security just so happened to let a random guy fucking walk into the same airstrip that Air Force One was on. Like, you're going on kitchen duty, bro. Like, you let someone sneak in and get that close to this. It's wild. All right, let's see what the next story is. We'll do one more story and then we'll get on to some other stuff. But nah, usually, well, there was those two dudes from, I can't remember what country they were from, but there were those two dudes that rammed the gate at Langley with a moving truck. or something. I don't know. There wasn't even anything in the truck. There wasn't even explosives. They just rammed the gate, got caught, went to jail. I was like, what was the plan? Were you trying to scare them? Were you trying to intimidate them? Like, because military doesn't intimidate easily. Like, you got a big ass truck. You could have filled it with explosives. You could, at the very least, you could have just like been on your troll shit and filled it with 10,000 pounds of sex toys. But you didn't even do that. You just an empty box truck. Let's ram the gate. Fuck it. At Langley. And in my head, I'm thinking, God, you know how easy I could sneak in onto that fucking installation. Maybe not Langley, but, and maybe not Quantico, but. Oh no, yeah, dude, those happen. But I'm talking about mainly in America, mainly bases in America, and it's just like. And again, I'm not even thinking about like other countries. I'm just thinking about like just random ass people that either don't like the military or would just like want to cause harm or just like don't like this country. But I don't know. Either way, leaders expect big enlisted pay raise won't cause new financial woes. I mean, seeing as how we're in debt, anything extra is a financial woe every time, period. But as long as we're good. Start making the fences electric. It was about, I think, 2 or maybe 3 years. What? Recovery has been going well. Working on a farm. Had a truck hit my tractor. Like a truck went off the road onto your land while you were plowing the land and hit you? Or just like your land just so happens to be really close to a highway, which I've seen. God damn, dude. Jesus. Still get random attacks in Middle East and Asian bases. Yeah. Yeah. For the most part. I don't think there was ever any, whenever I was stationed overseas, not deployed, just like whenever I was in Italy. I don't remember many crazy instances that just didn't involve, normal E4 behavior, right? Outside of just like E4 mafia shit, there wasn't anything too crazy that happened on the installation. Everything crazy happened off the installation. Like, for example, when I first got to Italy, I was like 19 years old. This is my first duty station. I get to Italy, and they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you can't leave the base for like the next 72 hours. But even if you could, you're on restriction for like a week. You're on restriction for a week. When you first get there, you can't leave the installation to do anything for 1 whole week. But my restriction got extended by 3 days because when I first got there, a soldier was hung downtown somewhere, like not too far from the installation, hung with a noose and a rope. Well, the noose is the rope, but just hung straight up, just fucking. There you go. By who? I don't know. I don't think they ever caught anybody. I have a feeling it was mafia, because yeah, you don't mess with those people, man. You don't make deals with them. You don't talk to them. You don't associate with them. You don't make friends with them. No. Maybe he owed somebody money. I doubt any Italian dudes did that, because I've had a couple of run-ins with Italian dudes. They're not the toughest. But I don't think it was Italian dudes that did that to him. My guess is either, and if they were Italians, it was the mafia. But if it wasn't Italians, it was either some really big Russians or Albanians. Or Moroccans, actually. A lot of those in Italy. Albanians, Russians, Moroccans, Romanians. A lot of those people in Italy. You cross the wrong motherfucker. Especially an Albanian. And they're big. They're so big. They're such big fucking people. I don't know what they feed their women. Be giving birth to fucking grizzly bears. It's just, it's obscene. But David, what's good? By the time I saw the truck, it was already too late for me to turn the tractor. Bro, so you had a fucking Jeremy Renner situation going on there. Didn't that fucker get run over by a tractor? He lived, I think. Jonah, what's good? I don't know if there's any other stories I want to check out. Let me, I'll refresh this. No, I don't think there's anything else. There's that one about Marine squads, but I don't really care about that one. The guy with the Russian girlfriend, Jesus Christ. I think that's good enough. I think I have enough to upload. And now we can just continue on. Some of the biggest fuckers I've seen, dude, man. The Albanian dudes and the Romanian guys. Just massive guys. Like, dude, I went to a club one time and there was an Albanian bouncer. I handed him my ID. This motherfucker was so big and his hands were so big. I handed him my ID because they actually checked IDs. I handed him my ID and my ID looked like a potato chip in his hand. Just like, it looked like a Cheez-It. He was just holding and looking at it. You go, my friend. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Anyone fucks with me, I'm coming directly to you. Fuck my friends, they can't do anything. Okay. Yeah, I know, Vince, you only request movies. I know, man. Even though there's several pretty decent Fat Electrician videos that are like decent time. I know. Let's see. Nope, not this one. Not licensed. Fuck. Haven't we done that one? Carlos Hathcock? That sounds so familiar. Maybe we haven't. Maybe just like the name sounds familiar. Bro, there's a new Fat Files, and it's on it's on Bass Pro Shop. We gotta watch it. We gotta watch it. Bass, not so much Bass Pro Shop. You know what's like, what used to be heaven for me? Dick's Sporting Goods. I love that place. Dick's Sporting Goods is amazing. And oh, here's the thing. I like Bass Pro. But check this out. Where I'm from, my hometown in Columbus, Georgia, there's no Bass Pro. If you live in Columbus, Georgia, right there by Fort Benning, and you are looking for a Bass Pro, guess where you gotta go? ATL. Atlanta. That's the closest Bass Pro, I think. Or maybe Peachtree City. Maybe. And even then, that's like a 45-minute drive. Kinda sucks. I haven't been to many Bass Pros because they're just not around. Not in my hometown anyway. So Dick's Sporting Goods, the Academy, or some places I like going to. that I used to like going to. I don't really go to those places much anymore unless I need something very, very specific. And that's about it. Which maybe sometimes shoes is probably the only time I'll go to Dick's or the Academy if I need a new pair of shoes, because I like their running shoes, and some of their running shoes look slick, right? Just like shoes that I can just wear to just non-dress shoes, right? Just like regular tennis shoes. I usually go to the Academy if I need any, but I won't need another pair of shoes for like a hot minute. There's a new Angry Cops video. No, we did a video on one of the shots from the story. I don't know what that means. It sounds like your hometown is in the middle of nowhere. No, it's not. There's a lot of middle of nowhere that surrounds my hometown, but like, bro, my hometown has over 200,000 people. It ain't no middle of nowhere place. It just doesn't have a Bass Pro for some weird reason. It's not that small. Fort Benning is right next to it, bro. There's a lot of people. It ain't just no hole in the wall. We just don't have a Bass Pro. The fishing section. But the price for some of the lures. Oh, dude, I haven't been fishing in so long, but if I were to go fishing, Bass Pro would be the spot. However, I am a fan of like some of those like really, really shitty gas stations that are like holes in the wall that are like also bait and tackle shops. I'll get shit from there too. I don't really give a damn. But yeah, Tracy, it doesn't. It has Academy, Dick's Sporting Goods. They got a whole bunch of new shit now, and it's been a while since I've been there. But yeah, they don't have a Dick's. They don't have a Bass Pro. I don't know why they don't have a Bass Pro, because there is a perfect place to put Bass Pro. Right there at the fucking strip mall where the Sears used to be. That building for Sears has been empty for like 10 years. There's nothing in that building. The building is right next to the movie theater. Like, I don't know why. My idea was always either to just like put a Bass Pro in that building or put a really, really big strip club with a buffet, because that Sears is big and it has 2 floors, right? So the strippers can be upstairs and the buffet can be downstairs. It's a it sells itself. Fantastic idea. But it's big enough to make it a Bass Pro. I don't know why they haven't. That building has been empty for ages, and I don't know why they're not doing anything with it. Fuck it. We've talked enough about Bass Pro. I'm just gonna click on it. In Columbus, I don't know where people would go for fishing shit. No clue. There's bait and tackle shops, but like as far as like a dedicated place for like fishing equipment, fishing lures, lines, fishing poles, the whole nine, what have you, I don't know where you would go in Columbus. You probably got a couple bait and tackle shops that you could go to, maybe. Dang, bro. It's where you go for everything else. Walmart. I would not buy a fishing pole from Walmart. I'm not. No. If I'm gonna do fishing, it's gonna be fishing correctly. I'm not getting. I mean, I don't want to seem bougie or anything, but doesn't Walmart have like garbage? I don't know. I don't. I would want to get my fishing pole either from like a reputable vendor online or just go to Bass Pro. The drive the 45 minutes to an hour that it's gonna take me to get there. I'm not getting no fishing pole from Walmart, man. Maybe you can get lures and stuff like That might be fine. They do have some fishing shit in Walmart, along with like hunting shit in Walmart. But I mean, if you can go to an actual gun shop for your hunting needs, would you go to Walmart? No, right? But it is there, you know, if there's nothing else. We always used to get ones from Walmart. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, you could probably find some good stuff there that, you know, you could fish with. I don't know exactly what the fuck I'm fishing for, to be honest. And dude, really, these days, I'm not so much interested in fishing as I am noodling. You know what noodling is? It's fucking insane, dude. You be catching like big ass catfish with your bare hands. But there's a certain technique to it. Otherwise, they might fuck you up because they are huge. They're like this fucking big, like 40 fucking pounds. It's crazy. You don't even need a fishing pole for that. You just need like really long gloves and the right spot and the right attitude, I believe. And then you can make it happen. But a strip club concert venue? No, that's too much happening at the same time. That's a terrible idea. Because the concert no. And depending on what kind of concert it is and the band, you may already see titties. Because ladies be throwing up their shit on the stage. So but then again, I don't really care too much about strip clubs. That was just an idea. Really. And I don't really care about buffets. I just really think that would sell. Fuck a buffet. And I don't really care. I don't go to strip clubs. It's such a waste of money. I don't even want to go if I'm not spending money. I don't even want to go if it's free. Just like, ass. Fine. Okay. Let's check it. But go see Hannah Barron in Oklahoma. She and her father had a show about catfish noodling. Something tells me I would have to, like, pay them for their time to do that.
Nothing is normal. Absolutely nothing. Every time I start a video, I was like, this is a cool company. I'm sure completely normal things are happening there. Never happens, okay? Started work.
Bad electrician. I know I could call you Nick, but I'm stuck in my ways. Have you ever thought about covering the company Spencer's? Have you ever covered Spencer's? Bro, tell me how Spencer's still exists. Spencer's is like one of those places that in my head, I feel should have gone out of business ages ago. Because I don't shop at Spencer anymore, but I love going in there to look around, right? Maybe I'll buy like a coffee mug, or I might pick up a t-shirt, but Spencer's is still in business, bro, and they be doing it. I feel like they should be out of business by now, but they're not. And bro, the Spencer's at the Mall of Georgia sell sex toys. Now, mind you, I never recall Spencer selling sex toys. I used to go into Spencer's as a child, and my mother would go into Spencer's with me and look around. She found most of the things to be ridiculous, but I enjoyed myself, and because I was enjoying myself, it was fine. She was happy too. Had there been sex toys, my mother never would have let me go in there. So I don't remember there being sex toys, but bro, the Spencer's at the Mall of Georgia had dildos galore. I was just like, I don't remember this. Maybe that's why they're still in business. I think they changed their model. Bad electrician, you need to cover Spencer's. It's a miracle they're still around. Do it. You might uncover something wild. Who knows? Just a suggestion. Leave that in the video. Hot topic. That's not my style. I don't really care to learn about hot.
Working on a Cabela's video, found out that they're actually owned by
I fucks with Cabela's. Cabela's and Boot Barn. I love Boot Barn.
Bass Pro Shop. Okay, I'm gonna do a Bass Pro Shop video. And now there's Indian spiritual leaders and Chris.
I love boots. Like, I don't. Oh, they're in the laundry. They're downstairs because they're muddy as fuck. I love Boots, bro. I love Boot Barn. I love Cabela's. Fucking just, I love buying boots. I love going in and looking at boots and like just, yeah. I kind of sound like a girl, actually. The way y'all be with heels, I'm like that with boots. I love going and looking at boots and see what I want to buy next. What would look good with my jeans? Just different styles of boots, different colors. I don't go crazy. I still think that shit with glitter and diamonds and tassels is ugly as hell. I go with like some just like really tough, rugged type boots, man. I love wearing boots. So yeah, that's my jam. There's no Boot Barn in Columbus. There's no Cabela's in Columbus. Columbus got fuck all, bro, now that I'm thinking about it.
Skulls and pyramids and curses involved, and I don't even know what's going on. Today we're talking about the most American thing that has ever happened. That time that we took the world's 7th floor.
There is a Spencer's in Columbus, and it's inside of the Peachtree Mall. Right next to JCPenney. If you're looking at the mall, Tracy, if you're across the street at the Burger King and you're looking at the mall this way, JCPenney is all the way that way, close to the Dollar Theater. As soon as you walk into JCPenney, you walk through JCPenney, you walk out of JCPenney, you'll see Spencer's in that area, in that little courtyard right there. Unless they've moved to a different side of the mall, which they may have. It's been a hot minute since I've been. God damn, where is this at? That's Bass Pro? That's got to be the headquarters. What? Take him to Spencer's? No, I don't think that Kenny is. I don't think he's that much of a prude to where he won't go to Spencer's with you. Now, if you try to like take him to Starship, he might be like, "No, I'm not going there. I don't really care for that. I don't give a shit." I'm sure like a girlfriend might convince him to go to Starship, but I feel like he'd go to. I feel like he would go to. I know, Katai, that would be dope. I feel like he'd go to Spencer's though, but he wouldn't have anything to buy. All right, let's go. Let's see.
Today we're talking about the most American thing that has ever happened. That time that we took the world's 7th largest pyramid and turned it into a Bass Pro Shops. Okay, and just so we're all on the same page, it is not the simple fact that America turned the world's 7th largest pyramid into a bait and tackle shop that's the most American thing.
That is fucking incredible. Look at that. Ladies, all of you wives out there, he's not cheating on you. He's here. That's just facts. He's not. Whatever you think he's doing, he's not. He's here. How could you ever leave? And if you have a food court, oh God, it's over.
Ever. No, the most American thing is the story of how it happened because it reads like a redneck Indiana Jones script and it's absolutely insane, but we're gonna get to it right after a word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
Oh Lord.
Why are you dressed like that? Why do you have a Tech 9?
I'm going to the
We definitely know what Fat Electrician and his girl did after the recording of this video. I hope you kept that on for a little while after, you know, let them finish recording, right? You know?
farmer's market.
Okay, that explains the outfit. Explain the Tech 9.
Muriel's getting on my turf again.
You look like you're gonna go do a drive-by in a carriage. All right, here's the deal.
No, it looks like she's about to go milk Katie the cow. And bring you back the most American Raisin Bran you've ever tasted. Anyways, I've got to skip this ad. Hold on. Sorry, Fat Electrician. I feel like I can skip these now. I've watched so many of them. I feel like I've earned some goodwill to skip your ads. Their husbands are noodling in the aquarium. It's just so funny. It's so funny. I wonder how many times that's the case. Girl thinks he's cheating. In all reality, he's doing nonsense. He's probably in the garage playing with a fucking fidget spinner, a lighter, and a box of firecrackers. Really. Is what it is. I wonder how many times that's actually the case.
which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, buckle up. Things are about to get weird.
They put wine coolers in a can. That's all that was. All right, here we go.
Alex Jones may or may not be involved. Regardless, our story begins in 1948 when Johnny Morris, the founder of Bass Pro Shops, is born. He grows up as the son of a World War II veteran that after coming back home from the war opens up a liquor store. That goes well, so he opens up another liquor store soon. He's got an entire chain of regional liquor stores called Brown Derby. Why on earth did they call it that? I have no idea. So then why did I bring it up? Because it kind of sounds like a gay bar, and I think that's funny. Moving on. So Johnny spends his childhood growing up in Springfield, Missouri. His dad owns a chain of liquor stores in the Midwest. There's absolutely no way that guy's not making a ton of money. There's literally nothing to do in the Midwest other than drink and figure eight race, which, if we're being honest, is just racing with an intersection while you're half drunk anyways.
Hell yeah.
How do I
race, which, if we're being honest, is just racing with...
Do I need my CDL to participate in this? Because I swear to fucking Christ, I'll go get it right now. And that truck says 99 problems and Biden's all of them. I'd like to sponsor the white bus. I got 5 on it. Thank you very much. That's great. That's okay, we can continue.
With an intersection while you're half drunk anyways.
Hell yeah.
So Johnny presumably has a pretty good childhood because his dad is taking him on all these hunting trips. He's going bass fishing out at Lake of the Ozarks, and he ends up becoming this huge outdoors guy. He goes off to college where he, and I quote, majored in fishing.
You can do that?
Comes back home from college, doesn't really know what he wants to do, but he does know.
I don't think that exists today. I think these motherfuckers just skip college and go pro. Right? What are the prerequisites to become a pro fisher? You got to win a certain amount of tournaments or qualifiers or stuff like that, and like, do you have to consistently win to be considered? Is it? I'm assuming that being a pro fisher is just like being a pro golfer. It's all based on individual performance, the size of your catch, what kind of catch it is, yada yada. You got to have qualifiers. You can't just show up as a random fucking person talking about, yeah, I want to compete in this $100,000 tournament. Now you got to do some shit. I'm assuming. Back then, you went to college for it. Today, I feel like you just right out of the gate as an 18-year-old, you start fishing, I suppose, and you get really good at it. Which, when it comes to fishing, there's nothing hard about yanking this fish out of the water. I don't think. It's just location, time, patience, a degree of upper body strength, but still, how to pull, how often to pull, can't pull too hard, right? I don't know. But this guy was like, man, I wish there was a store that I could go to that I could just get all this fishing shit that I need in one place. There you go. Jeff, what's good?
It's a humongous pain in the ass to find good fishing equipment because remember, this is like the 1970s. There is no Amazon. You can't get on the internet and buy all the fishing stuff, okay? Bass Pro Shops doesn't exist yet. You got to know a guy that knows a guy that's making lures in his basement if you want to get good fishing tackle. So Johnny, fresh home from college where he just learned the laws of supply and demand, there's a huge demand for fishing stuff and there's a very low supply of it, figures he's going to fill that gap and he's probably going to make some money doing it. So he takes out a $10,000 loan, rents a U-Haul, travels the entire United States, making connections with local bait and tackle shops and buying up all of their inventory, and then brings it back to Springfield, Missouri, and starts back.
Damn, with just $10,000? Well, it is the 70s, so $10,000 will take you a long ass way. But damn, traveling cross country, buying up everything that you can, and then going back home to sell it in bulk. On 10 grand. You try to do that today with $10,000? You don't get very far, I don't think. Firing up a business like that off of a $10,000 loan? That's
Bass Pro Shops in the back of one of his dad's liquor stores. Now, remember what I said, there is no Amazon. You can't get online and order all your fancy bass fishing equipment. You gotta know a guy that knows a guy, and pretty soon, Johnny Morris becomes that guy. His phone number is getting passed around the fishing community like wildfire. The next thing he knows, he's getting phone calls from other states all over the country, placing orders, and then he's mailing stuff to people. This goes on for about 2 years, and then after that, he realizes he has an enormous catalog of names, addresses, and phone numbers of all the big fishermen all over the United States of America. So he takes a risk. He prints out 10,000 Bass Pro Shops catalogs in 1974 and mails them to absolutely everybody with all of his products inside. This explodes into a humongous mail order business, which is basically the Amazon of its time. And as he continues to grow the business, he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to start selling fishing boats out of my catalog too. But I'm not just going to sell the boat. I'm going to sell the boat with the motor and the trailer all for one price, one-stop shop. You get everything. Up until this point, if you wanted to buy a fishing boat, you had to go buy the boat, then you had to go buy the motor, then you had to figure out how to get a fucking trailer. It was a whole day-long event. Now you could just call up Johnny and have the boat delivered to you. It was perfect. His boats end up becoming the most popular boat in America and the most manufactured boat on the planet. Then in 1980, he realizes, like, you know what? I bet people would really appreciate a place where they could just drive their truck, pick up the boat on the trailer, be able to look at all the fishing lures, all the stuff I have for sale. I'm gonna build an enormous retail place. He builds the world's first Bass Pro Shops out.
I feel like this would be a perfect strategy for
World is 300,000 square feet. There's fish tanks, there's exotic animals stuffed all over the walls. It's not just a store. It's basically like a dead zoo, except the fish are alive.
Yeah.
It's basically Willy Wonka's chocolate factory for rednecks, okay? People travel from hours and hours away to make their pilgrimage to Bass Pro Shops. Okay, I can't stress to you enough how big of a deal the first Bass Pro Shops was, okay? To this day, the Bass Pro Shop in Springfield, Missouri is considered the largest tourist attraction in the state of Missouri. This one singular store gets over 4 million customers a year, okay? That's like 11,000 people a day inside of this bait and tackle shop. Okay, and at this point you're like, wow, that's a lot of people. No, that's a metric fuck ton of people going to buy fishing lures, okay? Disneyland gets 40,000 people a day. You've got 25% the business volume of Disney.
That's because fishing is better than Disneyland. Fishing is quiet. Disneyland is a whole bunch of fucking children.
Disneyland, and all you're doing is selling fishing
And
equipment.
unless your kid comes out just like you, chances are your kid's not gonna like fishing. He's gonna think it's fucking boring, right? So
Johnny Morris is literally the Walt Disney of rednecks at this point. How come you keep saying everybody that shops at Bass Pro Shops is a redneck? Don't do the whole I'm gonna get offended over literally nothing bit, okay? Nobody cares, okay? At the end of the day, there's
everyone fishes. Not everyone that
only two types of outdoor people, okay? There's Patagonia wearing outdoor people, and there's Bass Pro Shop outdoor people, okay? You've got outdoor people that want to save the environment. You've got outdoor people that want to eat the environment, okay? If you are the ones that want to eat the environment, sorry, you're a redneck. That's just how it goes.
I think we offended somebody out here.
That ain't funny, is it, sis?
Anyways, Outdoor World, outrageously successful. So when you find something that works, you keep doing it. So he opens up another one, and another one,
Another one.
and then another one. And next thing you know, he's got over 200 Bass Pro Shops, Outdoor Worlds all over the country. So now at this point, Johnny Morris has built the business out wide, and the only place left to go is up and down. He vertically integrates the entire thing. So Johnny Morris figures, okay, well, who's upstream of me? I'm the middleman. I basically buy shit from a factory. I sell it in my store. I deliver it to the customer. Cool. I'm gonna go backwards, and I'm gonna start buying all the factories that make the shit in my stores. He buys out the boat company that makes all these boats, which to this day is still the most popular boat in America and the company that makes the most boats in the world. He buys
That's a pretty nice boat. I like it.
make the shit in my stores. He buys out the boat company that makes all these boats, which to this day is still the most popular
So that he can have sole manufacturing, right? And get all the profits from that.
boat in America and the company that makes the most boats in the world. He buys the company that manufactures the four-wheelers that he sells in his stores. He buys up anything and everything that he can, and then he makes that the Bass Pro brand. And in doing so, his brand is now absolutely everywhere. It's on boats, it's on
everything.
ATVs, it's on clothing, it's on dining room sets, it's on fishing equipment. It's
Stickers.
absolutely
Yeah.
everywhere, to the point that everybody in America knows that brand. It's one of the most recognizable brands of all time. And in doing so, it's kind of polarizing, right? There's only two types of people people in regards to Bass Pro Shop. There's people that like it and want to shop there, and those people are going to buy his merch and rep the company because they think it's awesome. And then there's people that want to make fun of the people that shop at Bass Pro Shop. And guess what they're going to do? They're also going to buy his merch to wear it ironically in an attempt to make fun of those people. Either way, Johnny Morris is making money off of both ends selling his merch.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant. Not only is he conquering his own market, he's figured out a way to monetize the haters as well.
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I was too busy blocking out the haters.
So Johnny Morris has done it. He's vertically integrated everything. Like anything to do with fishing in America, he is inescapable. Like you gotta go through this guy if you want to be able to catch fish, essentially. So he's like, okay, well, I need to expand into related markets. What's related to fishing? Hunting. Most people that fish
Camping.
hunt, vice versa. So there's another company, almost the same exact business model and storyline to
camping.
him, but it's the hunting version, and that's Cabela's. So he buys Cabela's out for $5 billion and combines the brands together. After acquiring Cabela's, there's only one more company that he's actually competing
If you're hunting, technically you're camping, so tents and all that shit, yada yada, that kind of goes hand in hand. My bad.
with, and that's Sportsman's Warehouse. So he goes to buy them out too, and he gets like all the way to the very end. They're about to sign the contract, and Bass Pro Shops is about to own Sportsman's Warehouse, and the government agency, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has to step in and stop the purchase of Sportsman's Warehouse, because if he buys it, they're going to declare it a legal monopoly. He is not allowed to buy up any more of the competition.
Wow.
This is the worst.
At this point, Johnny Morris has essentially won capitalism. The
Yeah.
government has had to come in and say, no, you're way too good at selling fishing lures. You're not allowed to do this, because then you're literally going to be the only option in the entire country. We've got to...
Isn't that what Amazon did, though? Is that not what Amazon did? I mean, they didn't... I don't think they bought out everyone, but they became so goddamn good that they're the only ones that exist. What else? I mean, you could use USPS, UPS, FedEx, and stuff like that, but well, that shit goes through Amazon. For the most part. They deliver that shit too. I don't know.
Stop you. Here's the gold star for winning capitalism. Great work. Enjoy being a billionaire. Have a nice day. So Johnny Morris is like, okay, the government stepped in, not allowed to get any bigger at doing what I'm already doing. So my only other option now is to either just call it a day and retire, or I can expand into a related market. And at that
Guns.
point, he realizes like, okay, I'm going to do tourism. I'm already kind of in tourism already. I have the #1 tourist destination in Missouri, and my other stores are in the top 5 destinations in like 8 other states. So he gets more into tourism. He starts opening up Bass Pro Shop resorts, golf courses. He has a fucking music festival. And then one day, the Memphis Pyramid comes up for sale. And I know what you're thinking, why the fuck is there a pyramid in Memphis? Great question. Well, in the 1950s, there was this
Tennessee?
architect that wanted to make a big ass pyramid. He actually wanted to make 3 pyramids, but it never got that far. He never got around to it in his life, but his son also became an architect. And in the 1980s, he resurrected the idea, got the funding, and built the 7th largest pyramid in the world on the Mississippi River in Memphis. Right out of the gate, the Memphis Pyramid is extremely polarizing. You've got taxpayers that are like, I don't want you to take my tax money and build a giant fucking pyramid. No. And then there's other people that are like, fuck yeah, this is America, let's build a giant pyramid. And then you've got people coming out of left field like Alex Jones claiming that the people behind it are part of the occult and they're building a secret satanic worship temple or some shit.
These guys are admittedly into the occult. You can just look up their names. They're all over the local newspapers.
And originally, it was an event center. People were gonna have basketball games there, boxing matches. Mike Tyson fought there. They were gonna have concerts, all kinds of stuff. So they started building it in 1989. It finally opens up in 1991. And right before the Memphis Pyramid is about to open up, the maintenance crew goes up to the very top, and at the very top, there's a metal box welded at the top of the pyramid. And they're like, what the fuck is that? So they go, they get the project manager, they end up chipping away at this welding. They rip this box down. Inside this metal box is a smaller wooden box. So they pull that up, they open it, and there's like a of just incense and perfume and shit that comes out. And inside of the box is a fucking crystal skull inside of a velvet cloth.
The fuck?
Don't worry, it gets weirder somehow. So they track down who put the crystal skull there, and somebody finally admits to doing it, and it is the founder of the Hard Rock Cafe and the House of Blues, Isaac Tigrit, because originally there was gonna be a Hard Rock Cafe inside of the pyramid. Still raises the question, why the fuck are we putting crystal skulls at the top like it's an Indiana Jones movie? Isaac Tigrit's reasoning was, I'm not making this up. I promise you, I can show you the
it's probably
interviews where
crazy.
he talks
It's
about
probably
it. When
wild.
Isaac Tigrit was 27 years old, he was drunk driving his Porsche and crashed it, careening it off a 400-foot cliff. And as the car is rolling down the cliff, an Indian man appeared and held him through the crash, and he walks out of this car wreck. The car is just completely obliterated, and he walks out without so much as a scratch or a bruise.
He appeared instantly in this room. He picked me up and put me on a bed. He pulled my tongue out. I'm watching this from above. He places his hand on my chest and pushes on my chest, and the spirit went right back into my body.
A couple years later, he's in
Or you just pushed your Porsche off of a cliff and told a fantastical story. 400 feet? 400 feet. What, you expect me to believe you're fucking Chris Angel? Nah. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a little bit too wild.
in a bookstore, and he sees the Indian man that held him through this car crash on the back of a book and finds out that it's this Indian spiritual leader named Sai Baba. So he goes to India multiple times, ends up giving this guy millions and millions of dollars, and becomes best buddies with this Indian spiritual leader, Sai Baba. And when Sai Baba finds out that they're building a massive pyramid in Memphis and they're putting a Hard Rock Cafe on the top, Sai Baba gives Isaac this crystal skull and gives him instructions on how to mount it at the very top, because
I mean, maybe there is validity to what he's. I don't know. Because the crystal skull's real, or glass skull, whatever it is real. It's a thing. Sai Baba's real. So it's not like any of that shit was made up. But like, I mean, and maybe you did have a dream, but dude, if he really survived a 400-foot drop off, and the car was just completely fucking obliterated, and it's a Porsche, and those things are already small, man. You wreck like that in one of those things. Unless he had a Porsche that had the top down, and as soon as he went off, he just like fell right on the ground. If he said it didn't even have a scratch, like, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Because it's gonna please the cosmos or put out good vibes or some shit. So that's what Isaac Tigrit does. Then, fast forward, the maintenance guys find it, they take it down, they track Isaac Tigrit down, and Isaac Tigrit is like, you need to put it back up there or you're gonna disrupt the cosmos. At which point they're like, no, that's fucking weird. We're not doing that. Alex Jones is already breathing down our neck, saying that we're some satanic cult
that turned the friggin' frogs gay.
No, we're not mounting crystal skulls at the top of the fucking pyramid. So then people find out about this. People start saying that now the pyramid is cursed, and it's starting to look like it's true because the first night it opens up for a concert, the sewage backs up and ruins the entire event. From here, it's just bad thing after bad thing after bad thing happening. One of the maintenance crew guys plummets to his death. People keep falling down the staircases because the stairs are too steep, because they built a concert venue inside of a fucking pyramid. The seats are uncomfy because they made them too small, trying to cram as many people into this auditorium as possible. Again, because it's a pyramid, which is not a great shape to have a concert venue to begin with. Eventually, a bunch of musicians refused to even play that venue because apparently the acoustics inside of a pyramid,
The soundproofing of it's not good, yeah.
aren't that great. The entire venue just becomes synonymous with not having a good time. It's a huge waste of taxpayer money. Memphis is actually losing money every single month keeping this place open, and the people in Memphis start referring to it as the Tomb of Doom. So by 2007, the entire venue is just shut down. Nobody wants to go there anymore, and now there's just a big, empty, haunted pyramid on the Mississippi River in Memphis, Tennessee. Cue Johnny Morris, the guy expanding his hospitality.
I've never taken Alex Jones seriously. I just want to make that known right now, just in case y'all had any reservations of where I stood on that man. Like, I have my own conspiracy theories, you know? I have my own thoughts. I have my own beliefs on stuff. But 80% of what that man says is always like on some like, I'm trying to follow you, man, because like, you might be onto something, but you're just not, you're not getting there in like a intelligent way. Like Alex Jones, the type of dude that he'll just ramble and ramble and ramble and ramble, and you know that saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, or some shit like that. He says so much that eventually, at one point, he'll say something smart, but not too much the rest of the time. Just throw shit against the wall until something sticks. And then when that thing does stick, he's just like, aha! I'm all knowing. Nah, man, you just rambled until you got something right.
And resort business, and he's like, you know what? I could put a Bass Pro Shop in that motherfucker.
You really
It'd be
could.
awesome.
Yeah.
At face value, it's funny. Why wouldn't you go to a giant pyramid to buy a fishing lure? That's hilarious. But we're also going to call it the Redneck Mecca. Why is that funny? Well, because Mecca is the holiest place in the Muslim faith, and every single Muslim on the planet is obligated to go there at least once in their life if they're physically and financially capable of doing so. We're going to But we're also going to call it the Redneck Mecca. Why is that funny? Well, because Mecca is the holiest place in the Muslim faith, and every single Muslim on the planet is obligated to go there at least once in their life if they're physically and financially capable of doing.
If you're physically and financially capable, physically I can understand. Financially, I don't understand. It's a holy place. What does money have to do with it? Am I not understanding that correctly? Financially able to go to the holiest place that you're obligated to go because it's your religion. That's, I mean, you know, in Catholicism, they pass around that little fucking donation bucket. You can put a couple of dollars in there, but you don't have to. You can just be like, oh, thank you. Here you go. Right? Like, I don't know.
So we're going to quietly insinuate that every redneck in North America has a religious obligation to make a pilgrimage to Memphis so that they can buy a fishing lure from our pyramid. Then we're going to put a 100-room resort at the bottom of it. We're going to have a bowling alley. There's going to be an indoor swamp.
And this is 2007, so Karens haven't been born yet, but you know good and well, they call something Mecca today, you're gonna have a whole bunch of fucking suburban white women getting pissed off, like, you're culturally appropriating from those people, and blah, and how dare you, and that's just wrong, and... Thanks. Alright.
Shooting range. It's going to be fucking awesome. And I know what you're thinking. Why on earth would you want to put your retail business inside of a haunted pyramid? Because your customer base is rednecks. You want to know who doesn't give a shit about being haunted? Rednecks. If anything, it makes it better. You know what's more fun than being able to go to a pyramid to buy a fucking fishing lure? Being able to go to a pyramid, buy a fishing lure with the slight chance that you're going to get to shoot a ghost with a shotgun loaded with rock salt, okay? Okay, these are rowdy, fearless individuals. These are who Charlie Daniels was talking about, okay? If you told a story about any other...
I mean, kind of, fat electrician, but going by what was put in chat earlier, someone said, speaking of irony, I went to the Bass Pro in North Carolina and I saw a man with a Harris shirt looking at guns. So, I mean, yikes. And that guy, I'm almost pretty sure, still wears a mask for COVID-related reasons. And he wears it in his car with the windows up, guaranteed.
Demographic on the planet that started out with they made a deal with Satan. It would be a cautionary tale where this guy loses his soul. Not rednecks. Rednecks are gonna beat that motherfucker in a fiddle contest, win a golden fiddle because they can. So the pyramid being cursed, definitely not a downside. If anything, it's an upside. The only real downside, to be honest with you, is that, well, you're...
If the devil ever comes for my soul, I'm gonna be like, sorry, buddy, I sold it to someone else a long time ago, you're too late.
You're creating a tourist attraction for rednecks, and if they're staying overnight, they're probably going to get drunk and rowdy and get naked and take a cannonball into the fish tank.
Man made quite a splash at a Bass Pro Shop when he swam naked. Police say he crashed his car in the parking lot, took off all of his clothes, he jumped into the water yelling cannonball.
And then, of course, there's the cop.
That man was either drunk or he had way too much green tea that day. Or Mountain Dew. I don't know, man. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Someone get that man a Snickers. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. But you were going to jail, my friend. You wrecked your car, and then you got naked. So that's public indecency. And then you ran into the store, abandoning your car. So that's like a hit and run type of deal right there. You're abandoning the scene of a crime. Go in the store, dick swinging. There's children there, man. There's no age limit to get into Bass Pro. And you I think it's funny sitting where I'm sitting, but if I was there with my niece, I'd be upset. If you don't get the fuck out of here with your naked ass.
Cost. Obviously, buying the world's 7th largest pyramid that's on the river on prime real estate is going to be pretty expensive, whether it's haunted or not. So Johnny Morris doesn't really know if it's going to be a good business idea. He definitely doesn't want to lose money, so he just kind of like sets it in the hands of God and lets him make the decision. He decides, you know what? I'm just going to schedule a fishing trip on the Mississippi River right near the pyramid, and I'm going to go fishing for catfish. And if I catch a really big catfish, that's going to be my sign that I'm going to buy this pyramid. And sure enough, Johnny Morris goes on this fishing trip and catches a 34-pound fucking catfish in the shadow of the pyramid. Okay, do you understand the significance of what I've just told you? This is the most American.
It's like the pyramid was guiding his way to catch that fish. It was just, buy me. Buy me. I'll show you exactly where that fish is. Yes. It was talking to him.
Thing that's ever happened, all right? A pyramid got built in Memphis. It's the 7th largest pyramid on the planet that people now think is haunted because some millionaire that opened up the Hard Rock Cafe was drunk driving his Porsche and had a...
It's almost like the movie Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, where the stars and the pyramids basically point them in the direction of the matrix of leadership. And it's like, okay. That's wild. All right.
Built in Memphis. It's the 7th largest pyramid on the planet that people now think is haunted because some millionaire that opened up the Hard Rock Cafe was drunk driving his Porsche and had a vision that he was saved by an Indian spirit guide. So he had him place a crystal skull at the top, and then it was haunted and run out of business, and then it got brought back by some dude that became a billionaire by selling fishing lures out the ass end of a liquor store in Springfield, Missouri. So in conclusion, I guess I don't know. I don't know how I got here, to be honest with you. I guess if we could draw anything from this, pick whatever you want to do in life, even if it's something as simple as selling fishing lures and get
You never know where it's gonna go.
so outrageously good at it that you can then financially justify buying a haunted pyramid. 'Cause America.
I think his biggest accomplishment was the fact that the US government stepped in and said, my man, listen, you can't do this anymore. Why? Because, well, other people have to be able to play too, and it can't just be you, and you're too good at it, and everyone else sucks. So to keep you from essentially one day owning the fucking planet, we're gonna cut you off right here. You've been cut off, man. You've been cut off. It's kind of like going to a bar, right? And you're the world's biggest alcoholic, and you go to the bar. Your bartender, hit me. 5 hours later, you're not even phased. Bartender, hit me. And that bartender's like, you know what? I gotta save alcohol for the rest of my fucking patrons. Why don't you go the fuck home, okay? Goddamn, or go somewhere else. I feel like it was like that. That's like his biggest compliment. He was too good that they told him to stop. That's a compliment to me. Like, all right, man, I get it. Let the other little guys do it, I suppose. Wild.
I guess.
Your devil worship fails. The hillbillies, the country boy can't survive. The John Deere hat wins. You lose, we win. Your little devil palace is falling down.
At this point, I'm convinced that there's no US-based company that does anything normal whatsoever. Coca-Cola's Confederate cocaine water, Waffle House is being used by FEMA to track natural disasters, and apparently Bass Pro Shop is an outdoor monopoly that's getting involved in investing in haunted pyramids.
Yeah. It's all weird, man. Nothing is ever as it seems. I'm trying to think of, like, a company that I've really liked over the years. He wouldn't cover it, I don't think, but you know what would be a good story? Do y'all remember Gamefly? It still exists. Yeah, it does. Gamefly, y'all remember that? Back in the day, years ago, they tried to revolutionize things for the gamer, right? You could order these games, they'd be sent to you, you played them, and then you sent them back. You didn't even have to leave your house, right? And yeah, that was it. You rented it for a certain amount of time, or I think what GameFly did is they sent it to you for and you could keep it for however long you wanted, and then you sent it back when you were done playing it. As long as you sent it back, you know, they wouldn't hit you with like any other charges or stuff like that, and yada yada and blah blah blah. But GameFly, they still exist. I don't use them, but it's just the fact that they still exist. I thought that shit died ages ago because I was like, nah, I'm good, man. I don't need to use that. And in the age of digital gaming and fucking shit like that, it's like, I don't know, but yeah, they still exist. It's wild. Welcome back, Vince. You should have stayed for this video. You should have been here for this video. Let me hold on.
I have a W-2 and a 1099.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to go to his actual channel. How many more hour-long videos do we have to watch, Vince? Because there's so many good videos here that we haven't seen, but we stay having to watch the movies. And I'm trying to like get to everyone's request. I can't get to anybody's request if I do yours. After this, I'll probably have to get off. Like, so I really wish you could request with like other people's requests in mind, you know? Yeah, like I'm inclined to do these, man, really, because 17 minutes, 14 minutes. If I do yours, I can't get to these. That's just the way it goes. That's just, sorry. Chiseled Adonis. I'm gonna have to go smoke before I watch this one. Lily Phillips takes 50 randoms up the back door. Huzzah. I guess. I don't... If this Lily Phillips person is not an... does not work for... If she doesn't have a contract with Brazzers or Pornhub or like any one of these like major porn companies, then this girl's retarded. You just are. Because one thing that these professional whores never forget to do is they never forget to get paid. That's why they work for these production companies. Something tells me, given the recent videos we've seen by Chiseled Adonis, that you didn't get paid for this, I don't think. I can at least respect the girls that get paid. But if you're doing this for free, so that you can upload it to OnlyFans, I feel like you... I don't know, bro. I feel like you'll make more using the same production company that Adriana Chechnik uses, instead of just... What are you, freelancing? So strange. Isn't this the same girl that had sex with 1,000 dudes? Isn't that the same one? The one that I think she was gonna rent out a whole fucking stadium for it, or I don't know. I don't know. And it was gonna be like a spectating kind of thing. The fuck?
I wonder if HoneyBook has any new clients for me today.
I wonder where my best leads come from.
I wonder if I'll get paid on time.
I wonder how.
All these guys are going on.
Lily Phillips in Wisconsin, Tiff. You gotta be a whore with a name like Wisconsin. Doesn't even make sense. Wisconsin, maybe that's your porn name, if you even are a porn. I really truly feel like these are just normal girls doing whore behavior and not getting the proper compensation that the other whores get. You know what I'm saying? 50 guy backdoor challenge. This is a challenge. Something tells me you're not getting paid for this. Because when I see Adriana take it in the butt, it's not a challenge. That's work. Like, she was contracted, she was paid out for the day, or maybe the week or the month, depending on how many scenes. I don't know how that business works, but something tells me you're not getting paid, and you. All right, I gotta go smoke before this one. They probably have an OF and it's on their page. Yeah, but still, some of these like really. I guess this is the life you have to live if you're not a big name porn actress, right? If you're not a, and typically I'm not really a fan of like the big name porn actresses because it's just no. But like, unless you're like a Brie Olsen or fucking Adriana Chechnik or what's that really tiny girl that everyone's in love with that I don't even really find Kylie or something Riley Reid. Unless you're like one of them, I guess this is your life when you're trying to make it in the adult entertainment industry. If you're not one of these ladies that's super popular, I guess, I don't know how the picking process goes of making these bitches famous. But there's a lot of girls in porn, but they're not all famous. I've seen a lot of girls in porn videos. I probably wouldn't even recognize them on the street. But there's certain ones that I would be able to recognize them anywhere. And I guess if you're just not one of those caliber of talent for the business, then this is your life, I guess. Doing anal challenges with random strangers so that you can upload it to your OF and hopefully weird guys want to see it. That doesn't even get me going. You're a weird dude if that gets you going. Just like 50 fucking. If it was just like one dude or maybe like a threesome, that's something that's like obtainable for most dudes, maybe. But in 50, it's not about being obtainable. It's about like, who would want to do that? The biggest fucking weirdo here is not even the girls. It's the dudes that showed up for this shit. You fucking ass clowns. No pun intended. That's just... I don't even understand. Like, dog, when I was younger, I was living in Europe. One of my best friends came up to me and said, "Hey man, I was at the bar yesterday. I met this group of girls. There's this one girl that I think you would like, and she's cute and all this stuff." And I was like, "I really don't want to go out." And he's like, "Bro, I'm telling you, she's cute. Just talk to her, all this stuff." And I was like, begrudgingly, I went, right? And turns out the girl was cool, man, and she was cute, and she was funny, and long story short, we went back to my room, and we slept together. And then I wake up the next day, she leaves, and then he comes, my friend comes to my room, and he's like, "What's up?" And I was like, "Nothing, man, about to go to the dining facility." He's like, "Is she here?" I was like, "No, she left like an hour ago." And he was like, "She's great, isn't she?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, I slept with her yesterday, or the day before." And I was like, "Why the fuck didn't you tell me that, dog? I wouldn't have slept with her had I known that. Are you serious?" That anger only lasted about like 8 hours because she came back over the next day, and like we slept continuously after that. She didn't sleep with anybody else. I didn't sleep with anybody else. And she was there on a visa, I think, or whatever it is for Americans that aren't in the military to be on a military installation. She was there working at the CDC. Bro, I was just so pissed though. I was like, I'm not. All right, I gotta. I live downstairs. I'll be right back. Hold on. I don't want to leave you guys in silence. Craziest viral fails. I'll put that in the watch later. Vince, if you want to request another Fat Electrician video that's not over an hour, dog, I will gladly watch it. But the hour ones, man. If anything, we'll just have to start doing those first. And I'll just have to go live a little bit earlier because there's just no way. I'm gonna run outside real quick, smoke, and then check on my dog. Probably gonna let her back inside. It's pretty hot outside today. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Fuck! Oh no, it is fine. I'll be right back, guys. Wow, if I could have been back by now. Fucking.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save you. Just like that breakfast burrito. There isn't too much hot sauce.
Crazy loud. All right, I'll be right back. Fuck. Oh, it's cold outside. Alright. I thought it was warm. Okay. I do want to do Fat Electrician's most recent video, which is only 40 minutes. So, and then, unless there's a crazy story for us to watch tomorrow, Vince, or unless there's a crazy story for us to cover as far as like Army Times, what we usually cover, unless there's something crazy or something that I really want to check out, instead of leading off with that tomorrow, we'll lead off with that hour video. Okay? And then just wait a couple days to request another one that long. Noelani, how are you? What's good? How's your Wednesday? Is it? Tuesday. How's your Tuesday? Okay. Wow, dude. Look at this jackass in the back holding up a number. He's number 16. You're proud to be number 16. I wouldn't show up to this, bro, but if I were to, and I'm not number 1, I'm out. And I feel so bad for whoever's last. Matter of fact, they should just... never mind.
Back door today.
Tell me I did not just see that.
All right, so boom. I returned back to the internet after a week and a half, and I asked my lovely comment section to inform me what are some things that transpired in the 10 days of my absence. And yeah.
And they collectively chose this. Out of everything that's happened, Adonis Nation collectively chose.
Had the audacity to marry the unmitigated goal to inform me that this harlot Lily Phillips, who I believed
honestly, I think they had better shit to recommend. Like, hey, you missed this, but they were like, nah, let's fuck with him. Let's give him something. Let's give him something awful. Let's give him an abomination of a fucking story that happened while he was away. Oh, like if I'm gone for a week and I ask you guys, hey guys, what did I miss? And y'all are like, some random girl took 50 dicks up the butt while you were gone. I'm just like, I mean, like, did anything important like happen? Like, it's not fucking with me. Okay.
Tired talking about. Decided to go and take 50 random nincompoops up the poop chute with a friend, so much so to where y'all sent me this video.
And what is the friend for? Is it 25 apiece, or do y'all both each get 50? That means that all these dudes are gonna be working double duty. No pun intended. Okay. I don't know.
These are all the guys. Come on down with us. A very, very long line. Keep following us. It doesn't stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Let's see. Cute. Wow. I'm so
Nah, man. Those glasses don't hide shit. Somebody somewhere is gonna know who you are, bro. Mr. Green Shirt, I'm looking at you. Everyone else seems to have their face covered. Oh, nope, here's 2 other morons that didn't cover their face. And this man is looking directly at the camera like, oh shit, they see me. But I'm not gonna turn away, that'd be even more embarrassing. I'm just gonna continue to make awkward eye contact. Yeah. So that's 2, 3 so far. God damn, I don't understand.
the guys. Come on down with us.
So,
A very, very long line.
1,
Keep following us.
this man right here looking like a fucking gym teacher. That's 1.
It doesn't stop.
2.
Oh my god.
3. Oh my god, holy shit, this little roly-poly right here. Look at this fella.
Keep following us. It doesn't stop. Oh my.
Look at him, right here. Holy shit. Looking like a out-of-shape, shorter version of Dana White. Goddamn, what are you gonna do, my man? I hope it goes in. Yo, Terminated, thank you so much for the 5. We literally just did Fat Files. It was on Bass Pro Shop. And he also didn't cover his face either. What statistic out of how many people are married? One in how many people are married? Do y'all know? Do y'all know? Because there's 50 fucking dudes here. I wonder how many dudes decided to fucking pull it off for a day.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Out of these 50 dudes, there's roughly about 7 or 8 of them that didn't cover their face for this. They called out of work sick. Honey, yeah, they're sending me to a meeting in Tahiti. I gotta go. My boss can't make it. He's got food poisoning, and it's crazy. And he's here. Jesus.
Let's see. Cute.
Could have just been anonymous and gone to a hooker.
I'm so excited.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy.
I was legit just beginning to forget about this harlot. If you was to mention her name in about 5 months, I probably would look at you incredibly bewildered, flummoxed, flabbergasted.
I didn't even remember her name, but I thought to myself, surely we're not covering yet another female that's doing the same thing, right? So I thought, yeah, I knew it was the same person. I really didn't remember her name.
As to who it is that you're referencing, but instead now it's fresh in my.
I can't remember some of the names of girls that I slept with a long time ago. There's no way I can remember that. That was like a fleeting video from a couple of weeks ago. Not even weeks, months actually. Last time we saw Chisel Adonis video. Bet my choice. All right, cool. If it's my choice, I'll find something. We'll see.
My mind again. And you know what made this even worse? Not just because they decided to go into the back door, which is an higher increased risk of possibly contracting an STD. It's the mere fact that you had some of the individuals in this 50 with their faces completely exposed. And to make matters worse, these motherfuckers was smiling with glee at the opportunity to be a part of this cock carousel. What's the matter with y'all motherfuckers?
Maybe they're thinking like, if I go in here and I got the biggest dick of everybody and I throw down a fantastic performance like Kobe's last game or some shit, someone in California will see that I'm worthy to be on the big stage, and I can go sleep with, you know, Gianna Michaels, Adriana Chechnik, Riley Reid, fucking yada yada yada. Maybe one of these dumbasses has that thought process. Like, hey man, this is the combine. I gotta show them what I got. I don't think so, my man. That's wild.
Ready?
Ready? Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, come on in. Come on.
You're 50? Oh my god! And you're happy about it. Looking like fucking Vladimir Putin.
When I seen this shit, I wanted to beat this dude up, but I know if my fist connected, I'd mess around and contracted it.
Why are you here? Why are any of you here? Is it just to say you did? Is it just because you can? But I find it hard to believe that out of all 50 of you motherfuckers, all 50 of you can't get laid elsewhere? Now, I understand if you can't find a girl willing to do butt stuff, because those actually are rare, right? But just sex in general, I find it really hard to believe that all 50 of you cannot get laid anywhere else. Nah, man. I just, there's, no.
disease. Man's waving the motherfucking white paper like Charlie Bucket when he got his goddamn gold ticket to go to the Willy Wonka chocolate factory. I got a golden ticket. I got an iced T.I. up on my dick. That's exactly what you're gonna need to be saying to your motherfucking...
No, no, Alani, I wasn't talking about the percentage. I was talking about, like, one in how many people are married, right? Like, in the United States, or maybe just like around the world. I don't know. But like, if you take a group of 50 random motherfuckers, what are the odds that at the very least one of those people is married? Right? Because you know those statistics, like 1 in 3 people have an STD, 1 in 5 people have this, 1 in 7 people are predisposed to this condition, 1 in 15 people contract this disorder, you know what I'm talking about? So I wonder how many fucking people are married. And if it falls into the realm of 50 motherfuckers, then someone in here is in hella motherfucking trouble if they didn't cover their face. 6.2 per 1,000. I don't know if that's, but all right.
Doctor, because why the hell would you want to be 1 of 50 going up this lady's chocolate starfish?
That man pulls that penis out of you, a flame is going to come out, and nobody will ever stick a penis in your butthole again because it will be on fire.
Are you excited for today?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
How many times do you reckon you've lied to us?
I mean, I haven't really done it much. I'm still a virgin, so...
Oh!
Man, that's so awful. That is so awful. Like, I wasn't overly sentimental about my virginity, right? But there's no fucking way in hell that I would choose to lose my virginity this way. Are you for real? No, man. No.
Oh, what? No way.
There's no fucking way, dude. No.
So let me get this straight.
I still remember who I lost my virginity to. Like, I don't know. I feel like you always remember the person that you first slept with, dude. And it's just like, mine was my girlfriend, you know? That's off. That's just as bad for a girl to do it as it is a dude, man. That's just like, you think he's lying? What incentive would he have to lie? Well, he is number 50. Maybe he's thinking, oh, if I lie about being a virgin, they might bump me up a couple rungs on the ladder. I don't know. And was this first come, first serve? Was that like the 50 people? Was it first come, first serve, and that's your number? So if you were the first one to inquire, you're number 1? Or was there a payment that went into this? Like, you had to pay to be here. And if you were willing to, couldn't you just buy a spot, right?
You decided to lose your virginity by way of attending a 50-person anal gangbang of 2 professional harlots.
I don't think he's lying, bro, because what could he benefit to gain from lying? He could be trolling, I guess, but saying that you're a virgin makes you look worse than all of the other guys. To be completely honest, because that's the...
Unmasked. And to make matters worse, you informed your co-workers and your family members that you would be participating in these activities?
My entire job, they all know this. My family knows this shit, so.
Hell yeah! I'm making the mom and dad proud.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You filthy motherfucker. This man needs to be excoriated, eviscerated, eliminated expeditiously. What's the matter with you, Chris? Chris!
You're gonna have to die.
Here comes the United States champion, Chris Benoit.
Yeah, no.
What I think, is he?
looking for love. See, the thing is, after they made that documentary, right, and you saw her crying at the end, and then...
Or they'll pity him. Really? Women do that? They'll pity a virgin? That just doesn't sound correct. I don't think. Really? Because that's not how I feel at all. I don't. The bitches I've known, yes. If they paid, isn't that a crime? I don't think this is taking place in America. But, yeah, maybe they didn't pay, you're right. Because if that would be prostitution. And if wherever they are, I don't think this is in America, though.
And you saw her do the collaboration alongside Bonnie Blue. I went on the record and I said, I don't think she really got the heart in the game to really be this poor out here. Bonnie Blue, that's a different story. You can see in the eyes, it's already gone. There's no innocence that remains. Lily Phillips doing everything in her power to go and prove me wrong. And as far as I'm concerned, my hands in the air, I'm done, fam. Shorty's a full-on Hall of Fame whore, and that's where she's gonna be. And I can at least give a bit of appreciation out there to the whores of the world who go out there and own it. Listen, if this wasn't a situation to where somebody out there doing that legitimately because they want to do it, and furthermore, obviously they're getting paid for it, there's some motherfuckers who out here whoring for free, not getting a goddamn thing back, wishing that they possibly found a way to go and monetize it. I can give a little bit of credit to the harlot there, but still, it's a situation to where why is it that any time that your name comes across my motherfucking desk, you doing something absolutely wild? Do you have no form of concern for your health? There's no need for me to continue to plead for you to proceed with any form of caution, because clearly you throwing caution to the wind. 50 random motherfuckers.
It won't matter. None of this matters. You want to know why? Because it's just the way it is. I know y'all are gonna say, and I want to say it too, good luck finding a man in the future once these days are behind you, because you ain't gonna be young forever, and you ain't gonna look like that forever, right? But the sad reality is that she will find a man that will be A-O motherfucking K with everything she's done, her past, and the fact that it's on the internet. That's the sad fucking fact about all of it, really, at the end of the day. It's hardly a repercussion.
Motherfuckers just pull up to go and stick it up your doggone ass, and to make matters worse, the friend or collaborator, if you will, alongside her, who's, I would assume, trying to become the third next to Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips for doing the most whorish things in 2025. Shorty got rammed so motherfucking hard, she had to get her butthole surgically repaired.
You didn't say that. Tell me you did not just say that.
Hey guys, come with me today to have reconstructive surgery on my back door. They may be wondering, how did I get myself into this situation? You see,
BBC, probably.
I thought it would be a fun idea to let 50 guys in my back door, along with my friend Lily Phillips, because, you know, we like to do things that are crazy. But with that being said, I did a number on that back door. Not only that, but I've been doing this for a really long time. So I've been doing it for almost 21 years. Because I'm almost 37, so yeah, do the math. I've been doing it for a really, really long time.
Hold on, whoa.
She's older
You're
than
almost 37.
She's older than me.
You've been doing this 21 years.
That math is strange, Tim. I know where you're going. I know where this is going. That math is very strange. That math is odd.
You started doing adult content when you were 16?
What the Oh shit.
I recognize the age of consent is different in different locations in the states.
No, fuck all of that. I truly feel that
Apparently it's 18. There's different states in which it's 16, but whatever the case just so happens to be.
I don't think it should be 16 anywhere. 17 years old. That's what I feel it should be. And I'm being generous. I could just be a bastard and be like, no sex till 21. I ain't gonna do that, man. 17 years old. You're 1 year away from being eligible to vote, bro. 16, that's just too young. And I grew up in a state where that was the legal age of consent, 16. It was Georgia. I don't know if that's still the case. But when I was growing up, that was the case. It should be 17 years old, I feel, really, to be honest. I'm not going to go as far as 18, man, no, but 17 years old. Obviously, if both of you were 17, there's really no consent to be had. That's just fucking normal, right? But once you start going for older people, man, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years your senior, you have to be 17, bro, I feel, really. Because, and even 17, I feel like you're still dumb. But, I just...
Shorty
Joy, what's up?
verbally said she's almost 37. Saying that she was in the industry for 21 years would signify you do the math from 36 back 21 years. That puts you at 15. You're a minor. Where were your parents? If they weren't around, where was your guardian? If you didn't have one, you're still a victim. And moreover, you're damaged.
Yeah.
And here you are, continuing to perpetuate the cycle.
But I don't think she has kids, right? As long as she don't, I mean, she don't have kids, I don't think. So, that's a plus. Because you don't want to be, and listen, I know it's a double standard, but bro, you don't want to be the child of a mom that's in porn. However, on the flip side of that, no one's really going to give a fuck if your dad was in porn. No one's going to care. Sorry, ladies. Double standard, it'd be like that. But, because yo mama jokes are already go crazy. No one makes yo daddy jokes. That shit don't hit, right? It's always yo mama jokes. So, moms in porn, that's not good. Hopefully she don't have a kid. That'd be awful. That'd be awful for the kid.
Because although you may not verbally encourage individuals to engage in this line of work, boasting and promoting the lifestyle that this life of work just so happens to, grace you and grant you, essentially, by proxy.
That doesn't matter, Tracy. By saying that, you're absolving her of any kind of responsibility. Oh, well, I have no choice. It's what the people want to see. Oh, well, I have no choice. I'm getting paid for it. Oh, well, I have no choice. I'm getting all the views and all the likes. That still doesn't justify garbage behavior. That's just removing responsibility from her. So, nah, that don't jive.
Is trying to galvanize the audience, those little girls, to possibly go in that direction. If we take a look at statistics just from within the United States, I don't know what it's like in the UK, but just within the United States, 10% of women between 18 and 24 have an OnlyFans account.
That's awful.
10%. 10%.
And that OnlyFans shit, that really will automatically disqualify you for a lot of men that you might. But then again, hell, man, a lot of women, they do OnlyFans because they don't have a man, don't want a man at the moment, or just don't really want to do relationships at the moment. They're too busy making money. When they're done making money, they delete the OnlyFans, they try to scrub as much of themselves off the internet, and then they go try to find a nice boy, right? But this OnlyFans shit will disqualify you from a lot of potential relationships. I'm just saying.
10%. 10%.
World's coming to an end.
So I am about 36-ish hours post-surgery, and we'll just say that about...
Yeah, but Tracy, with that type of logic, you could apply that type of logic to, like, I don't know, a fucking arms dealer, right? He could stop doing this at any moment because of, I don't know, morals, doing the right thing, being a good human, not perpetuating the cycle of violence and murder, but the money's too good. So why quit? Man, nah. No.
I'm whole. I can't bend down because when I get up, it feels like everything's gonna tear down there. And I've been taking a laxative like the nurse instructed me to, and I still have not gone because I'm so afraid to push.
A few moments later.
So I wanted to check in. I am about 1 week post-op.
I wonder what taking a shit was like. Because, like, that's gotta be rough. After surgery? Bro. That's wild. I can't even imagine. I've taken some fat shits before where, like, your boy was in pain, and I know y'all probably have too. Now, imagine the same fat shit, but just breaking open stitches. Like, that does not sound fun, bro.
And the only thing that has really changed is that there's not as much bleeding, but it is kind of sensitive down there, and it's like I want to itch it because it's at that stage where it can get kind of itchy from the incisions and the stitches. It's causing irritation, so it's making me want to scratch it, and I don't want to scratch it.
I can't believe that this is a whole ass Instagram post, you talking about how you got butt fucked by 50 dudes, had to have surgery, and now your butthole itches. That's the gist of all this, really. That is so wild.
So I'm trying not to walk around too much because I think that's rubbing against it, making it irritated, and I don't want to cause any of the it to like affect the healing, you know. So I'm getting a little emotional because it's like I'm just so done with this recovery. I know it's only been like a week, but there's like so much content I want to do, but I can't do it. I'm very limited to what I can do right now, and there's so many things that I want to get done, and I can't do them. Like I physically can't do them. Like I wanted to do the nursing home stuff, and I can't do it because I have to do stuff with the guys, and I'm not going to just show up at a nursing home and just take videos and pretend like I did stuff. So I really just want to hurry up and get to April so I can get to these nursing homes. And
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
God damn.
This harlot getting emotional, not because she done had her asshole torn wide open, but because she can't get back to filming the cock carousel.
You can't make me feel bad for these ladies, Tracy. They don't have to do this. I don't care that they're getting attention. I don't care that they're getting money, and I don't see that as a viable justification for doing what they're doing. I just don't. I don't. That is just an excuse and passing the buck, and again, absolving them of responsibility. Man. Oh, it's the money, it's the pretty lights, it's all the attention. No. That's no excuse for garbage. It's not. It isn't. If everyone used that excuse, we'd just be monkeys throwing shit at each other. Like, oh, this made me do it. Like, no.
Videos at nursing home for motherfuckers who on their last legs and need blue diamonds in order to get an erection. What's wrong with these whores? What is wrong with these whores? And then this harlot got the audacity to make a post saying that she's fully healed and ready for action. Hell no! Ma'am, you couldn't take a shit for nearly a month without the help of a laxative. When Shorty finally released her bowels and defecated on top of the toilet, she probably had
unlimited diarrhea. Unlimited.
I would love to say,
was that Russell Wilson? What the fuck was he talking about? Unlimited diarrhea. I think that was Russell Wilson, his NFL quarterback.
Let's bring back Shane. But to be honest with you, there's really nothing that can be done at this point. With the advent of social media and now situations to where these harlots being pushed into superstardom off the back of laying on their back, you really can't slow it down. You got dudes legitimately stepping out on their families willfully to go and participate in these acts on camera. You see, in the past, individuals will always have forms of infidelity, but it was never at this particular kind of level, at least to my estimation, to where somebody would willfully, in a post-sex interview, I guess, willfully say, man, listen, I stepped out on the missus, but she cool with it.
Are you single? No.
There he is. There's the married guy. I fucking knew it. I knew it, bro. In a group of 50 dudes, one's gotta be married, man. I knew it. And there he is. He covered his face. Just
Fighting over him. Is she aware of your hair? Oh, good.
Then why are you covering your face if she's aware? Well, I guess to probably protect her from embarrassment. Because then she'll be known as the girl that's dating the guy that did this. Right, so maybe for her, I think, I don't know. I think you might be lying. Maybe trying to make yourself feel better. I don't think the wife knows.
She sent you here. Yeah. I love that. She's a cool girlfriend or wife. Yeah. I love that. So you can...
If she was a cool girlfriend or wife, she would just let you put it in her butt. Why are you here to put it in their butt? That's just like, what? If she's so cool and awesome and she don't care, I'm assuming that your wife also does the same. Y'all are in an open relationship and y'all are swingers. I don't know, man. That swinging shit. I thought that swinging shit was strictly relegated to just like the 70s and the 80s, maybe, or some early 90s. But I couldn't be a swinger. There's just. I'm good.
These kind of events often? Yeah. Amazing. Right, well, we've got another veteran on the hands. He knows what he's doing.
And just like the statistic I named earlier, where I think I said 18 to 25, it's actually 18 to 24, where 10% of women just so happen to have an OnlyFans account between that range. Best believe it's not going to be filled with nothing but incels who just so happen to be subscribers. I can almost guarantee you the bulk share of the subscriptions come from individuals in relationships and marriages. I can guarantee you that. So when you see this platoon of 50 dudes who's ready to...
Look at this guy.
When you see this platoon...
Look at that guy right there in the red shirt. That guy looks like my old history teacher. He's waving it so proud. Like, of
50 dudes who's ready to enter into the back door, I can almost guarantee there's a strong percentage amongst them who just so happen to be in a relationship. And I can promise you, of that group that happens to be in the relationship, maybe this might be the only dude who's honest about being in one, and let alone had the conversation with his significant other about attending this here event. Because it's really no different than being a swinger, only on a completely different degree. Because you go to a doggone cruise, you put that, what is it, the pineapple or the peach on the door to signify that you...
Don't ask me shit, Adonis. I don't know what the fuck swingers do in their life. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Down for anything. You usually go into those situations maybe not knowing who the other individual just so happens to be, but I would assume there's some form of structure to where there's a checks and balances to make sure that the individuals that you're dealing with at least are clean. If
maybe it was in a movie one time or a TV series. I believe it was a movie that I saw a long time ago when I was a kid, and I truly didn't grasp the nature of it, but it goes something along the lines of like you throw a really big party and then all the couples show up, right? And when you get there, when you walk in the front door, you put your car keys in a jar, right? And then at the end of the night, random people reach in the jar and pull out the car keys, and whoever car keys you got, that's who you go home with. I saw that in a movie one time and I didn't quite understand it, but swingers parties, once I got older, I was just like, oh, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, that's not fucking happening at all. Like, no. No.
You will. But I don't know how that culture is. Individuals who just so happen to indulge in swinging, maybe you can let us all get educated
That's
by
not my
you
lifestyle.
in the comment section. But in a situation to where 50 random dudes just pull up to go inside the back door, and based on what we saw from Lily Phillips prior to where there really is no sort of background check or health check, and you're literally putting your health at risk. This is 110% disgusting.
It is.
This here is the aftermath.
What? Did
My
you
makeup, Jesus Christ.
Did you bust a blood vessel or do you have pink eye? Did he pull it out and fucking slap you in the face with it? Now you got pink eye? Yikes. Oh no.
Also, look at this. My hair sticking to my face. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, I know, we've actually got a face mask on. Guess what just happened to us?
But they ain't slowing down whatsoever. Immediately promoting an event for next week.
Can you guess what means meant to recreate? Is this your first time?
That's just not even, that's just not even original anymore. Bro, like, y'all are just appropriating at this point from mainstream. Y'all can't even come up with y'all's own shit. Blacked. I mean, come on, man. You're not doing anything special or revolutionary or unique or new or nothing. You're just a lesser attractive girl than the ones that are in the mainstream doing the same thing, except with no kind of testing, and it's all dirty. The fuck are we talking about, man?
What means meant to recreate? Is this your first time doing backdoor?
Oh no, I'm pretty experienced.
Oh wow. Gosh.
As a matter of fact, I've experienced with her.
So you
A repeat customer. Good lord.
these things quite often.
Oh yeah, that's the best party ever.
This is starting to get a bit out of hand, bro, because there's whores and then there's whatever the fuck these harlots just so happen to be on. It's not even about the motherfucking content no more. At this point, it's an ego stroke to see who can do the most outlandish shit. From Bonnie Blue sleeping with over 1,000 dudes in 12 hours, then to Lily Phillips taking 50 plus dudes with this other lady in the back door, going over to motherfucking nursing homes and sleeping with these elderly motherfuckers. It's only a matter of time before somebody make content about going to hospice and giving somebody their last nut before they mess around and pass away. I wouldn't be surprised if they mess around and start fucking skeletons in a damn cemetery. By December, somebody might mess around and hop on a goddamn space shuttle, go up to Mars and try to be the first person to fuck up there. It's getting...
No. Again, Tracy, they don't do this because they're getting views. They do this because they're trash ass ladies. There's no other way around it. You're just a trash ass lady. You're a trash ass female. You're garbage, and it doesn't matter if you're getting views or not. This is your behavior, regardless of the views. You're a trash ass lady. So that's it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter the reasoning anymore. It's just trash ass ladies. And trash ass ladies because either got trash ass parents, had a terrible upbringing, or didn't have an upbringing at all. It's not because it gets views. They're just naturally trash ass ladies. If there wasn't such thing as the internet, they would still be exhibiting the same behavior, except no one would see it. Back before the iPhone and the internet, there were still girls getting banged out by 50 fucking dudes. That's not a new concept. That's probably been happening for a long time now. The views don't matter. These are just trash ass garbage ladies. That's it. With no father present, and maybe their mother had the same career path. Who fucking knows? Or maybe they didn't have a mother at all, man. Or maybe she just wasn't there, didn't pay attention. Maybe she was crackhead. So, there it is.
Absolutely ludicrous, bruh. It really is. And to all the motherfucking dudes who just so happen to continually participate and support this particular kind of content, y'all the real motherfucking problem, bro. Because despite the fact that you got 10% of the population, female population between 18 and 24 who just so happen to have OnlyFans account, you got like 80 motherfucking percent of the motherfucking subscribers just so happen to be y'all motherfuckers.
Dude, and what's crazy is I don't think these dudes would date these girls either. Like, they'll subscribe and they'll watch the videos and maybe they'll They'll be a subscriber and shit like that, and they'll just spend their days jerking it. But I don't think they'd ever date any of these actual ladies, because it's one level of embarrassment to subscribe to this shit. No one knows. No one can see what you're subscribed to. No one can see your bank statements. But it's another thing. It's another thing to actually be seen out with one of these ladies, and everyone knows what this lady does. Yeah. Nah. So that's just the way I feel. There's no fucking way. Like, mm-mm. Wouldn't date them. That's just, no. In high school, I dated this chick that ended up going into the porn business. I would never date her now. I don't even know if she's still in the business. She could be out of the business for all I know. I never watched her content. I found her content one time because she told me what she did. I was deployed, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm in the business," and I was like, "Cool, what's your porn name?" Looked it up. She's not that great, really, to be honest. I was like, "Huh." I didn't miss out on much, actually, because we dated in high school but never slept together. And then I saw her content, and I was like, "Oh wow, that's not that stellar, to be honest." Would never date her now, though. That's a quick Google search, and I'm the laughing stock of the whole world. There's no way. Ow.
Dudes, that is, bro. Y'all need to be dealt with. And for
That's it on that. We're done with that. What was the next one? Hold on. That's wild. Let's just read the top comment. When the guy who held the 50 sign acted the most excited. Yeah, that's in Morgan Freeman's voice. After that day, her farts were never the same. That's wild. Bro, that movie's still getting shit on, huh? God damn. Continuous. That is relentless. Snow White, huh? That's the gift that keeps on giving. Like the herpes in that girl's eyeball from the last video we just watched. Oh, that would be a fun one to watch. Videos that exposed partners as green flags, not red flags. We wouldn't have to watch crazy people. We could just watch, like, normal, awesome people. Wouldn't that be a good change of pace? So let me... Let me see what's in my watch later. Because I don't think that's actually true. Why the US is preparing for an Arctic war. The ridiculousness of that right there in its own, it's just like... With who, man? With who? With the fucking Eskimos? What, are we gonna fucking tariff them as well? Oh no. Oh, we'll find some time this week to watch that JFK video. No, there's nothing in my watch later. All right, I guess we're gonna find out why this improbable and impossible and quite possibly never gonna happen event is being talked about. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're on the brink. But aren't we always on the brink? Do y'all ever get exhausted of being on the brink? Russia? Ukraine.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Augie Donnell here, Navy veteran and head of production for Task and Purpose. I've been the producer behind the scenes of the Task and Purpose YouTube channel for years, and it's been really amazing to watch it grow. Task and Purpose was founded in 2014 as a military and veterans news and culture site. It's grown a lot since then, but the focus has always been on covering the military from a rank-and-file perspective, because many of us here at Task and Purpose are military veterans, and we aim to bring you that ground-level view that most of us remember from being rank-and-file service members. As Cappy moves on to start his own channel, we're going to start bringing in veteran hosts from all branches to keep delivering unique perspectives on important topics, from global hotspots and conflict zones to analysis of tactics, strategy, doctrine, and weapon systems, delivered with candor, authenticity, and maybe just a dash or two of salt. And with that, on with the show. Has the US military forgotten how to fight in the snow? That's what some experts like the RAND Corporation are saying, and the Pentagon is worried they might be right. This also comes at a time when great power competition over the Arctic is heating up.
Just because we haven't done it in a while, because we spent, I don't know, 25 plus years in the desert, doesn't mean we don't know how to operate. And you know, it snows in Afghanistan, right? We were there for 20 years. And I know it's not, I know that snow there is different from the Arctic, but as far as cold weather, man, just because we haven't done it in a while doesn't mean we can't, and we don't know how, or that we just forgot. We've got a shit ton of cold weather gear, man. A lot of cold weather gear that I just ended up not using because I didn't get that fucking cold. I did get cold, but some of it was so bulky to the point where like I couldn't even fit my vest around it, and I definitely wasn't gonna wear it on the outside of my vest, but. I don't think we're allowed, but anyways.
In a new polar gold rush. It's why the US Army and Marine Corps have published their first official Arctic warfare manual in over 50 years, updating tactics and techniques that have been in cold storage for decades, while the US has been stuck in the sandbox of the Middle East. The US Army is relearning the fundamentals, like how to build military-grade skis for Apache helicopters.
Oh, shit.
At the same time it rotates units through crash courses at the Northern Warfare Training Center in Alaska. For more advanced lessons, the Army is sending the 11th Airborne Division, nicknamed the Arctic Angels, to winter war games alongside new NATO allies in Finland to put their skills to the test against soldiers that know the ins and outs of fighting in extreme conditions of the far north. The reason for this mad scramble is to update old manuals and prepare for a war in the North Pole. Declining sea ice is exposing more resources and opening new trade routes that promise endless treasures for whatever nation can master the harsh conditions and outcompete the rest. Russia already has a leg up on the US when it comes to winter warfare and is reopening dozens of old Soviet military bases in the Arctic Circle. Western defense experts believe it will take at least 10 years for the US to catch up to Russia's presence in the region.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where Russia's like, you merely adopted the cold. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the sun until I was nearly a man. So, like, yeah, I can believe that. Because it's fucking Russia.
At the same time, China's Arctic ambitions are encroaching on new rare minerals and trade routes to extend its economic dominance over the roof of the world, often building new research stations in remote locations with suspiciously large radars and sensor equipment.
Sorry, I was so suspicious before the video started. It's just like the title makes it seem like this was like something that was going to happen within like the next 5 years. This could lead to a war, but we're talking about a war that's not going to happen for like another 20 to 25 years. So that's why I had a little bit of an attitude at the very beginning. I was like, what fucking war, man? Like, what war? But I mean, now that I've watched enough, yeah, this could lead to a war, but just not next week, next month, next year, or even next decade. This is a war this is in the future. So, but it's good that we have a handle on it now and we're preparing early. Fantastic.
The Chinese state-run National Defense University even publicly expressed in 2020 that military-civilian mixing is the main way for great powers to achieve a polar military presence. China should give full play to the role of military forces in supporting polar scientific research and other operations. Is the Arctic truly a new flashpoint for World War III, as greedy nations compete for new territory? What is
The best thing about World War III in the Arctic is that there's nobody fucking there. I mean, maybe, but in the case of if you were going to use nuclear weapons, use them there, I guess, on each other instead of on home nations. And oh, we got some good old. I think we're zeroing here. This ain't no qualification. We're zeroing weapons, is what we're doing. I think.
What's the U.S. military doing to prepare for the challenges of cold weather combat after decades in the desert? And will it be ready in time? Arctic warfare is about more than just throwing out an extra pair of socks and a jacket.
Yeah.
Captain Nathan Fry, officer in charge of the Army's Mountain Warfare School's training division, told Army Times that there's a myth among both officers and enlisted that go through the school that cold weather experience is the same as Arctic weather experience. In that interview with the Army Times, Fry explained that gear that works well in freezing conditions
Cold is cold. Arctic is different. It's just
can fail spectacularly when temperatures drop to minus 50 Fahrenheit. Some think that if soldiers can fight in minus 10 degree weather, that they can do it in 60 degrees below zero. But from my foxhole, I haven't seen a whole lot of forward progress. These are extreme conditions that aren't just cold, but often wet and windy as well.
Yeah.
They're hard on soldiers that have to stay alert and exposed to the elements.
the wind chill is minus fuck you.
For extended periods, as well as on their equipment. Cold casualties have frozen entire armies solid in the past, like during the Korean War's Battle of the Chosin Reservoir. Over 30,000 Chinese troops froze to death, and the ground was so frosted that the U.S. Marines resorted to using frozen bodies as sandbags. It hasn't gotten any easier for troops in the 21st century either. The sun doesn't rise for days in parts of the Arctic during winter. Solar storms concentrate around the poles, causing random GPS and satellite communication glitches or outages. Petroleum-based lubricants thicken and gum up vehicles or soldiers' rifles, while the very metals and plastics they're made from can become brittle and shatter. Batteries also lose a ton of capacity when they get cold, which has major implications for comms gear, thermal optics, and especially the kind of small drones that we've come to associate with so much of modern warfare. Changing seasons presents their own
Luckily, a lot of countries are experimenting with laser weapons, so that'd be some shit, huh? A firefight with laser weapons in the Arctic. It would look like something straight out of, I don't know, Star Wars, to be honest. Like that one map or that one place in where it's like all snowy and shit. I played it on Battlefront 2, but my bad. I didn't
challenges
have
too.
My bad.
There was a case at Fort Wainwright, Alaska, when an OH-58 Kiowa helicopter sank into soft, muddy ground during the summer, and the Army had to wait all the way until winter for the ground to freeze solid enough to bring in heavy equipment to pull it out.
Damn.
It's a whole different ballgame up there that makes a soldier's life even harder than what he's used to, and that's before the enemy even starts shooting. To lay the foundation for soldiers and Marines to fight and win under these conditions, the Army published ATP 3-90 Tech 96, Arctic and Extreme Cold Weather Operations in February 2025. Like I mentioned earlier, this is the first doctrinal update for the U.S. Army and Marine Corps in over 50 years, updating U.S. military knowledge on everything from Arctic weather patterns and tactical movement over ice to political and economic considerations under the polar regions. The manual also stresses the human advantages needed to succeed under these conditions, summarizing the attitude soldiers should have as Arctic determination. Arctic determination is an individual's mental and physical tenacity to accomplish the mission by leveraging confidence and personal skills to overcome extreme cold weather and other Arctic challenges.
So basically, suck it the fuck up and carry forward type of mentality. And this is just not my place. Like I've dealt with the snow before. Like I said, it snows over there in Afghanistan. We did convoys in the snow. We did specific foot patrols, certain foot patrols in the snow, certain routes we would do in the snow. And it was overall cold, man. It was just cold and it sucked balls. And it was worse in the vehicle. Because when you're in a vehicle and it's that cold, and guess what? Our truck didn't have a heater. It didn't have AC. When it was hot, it was balls hot. When it was cold, it was you want to end your life cold. And so it was worse when you were in the truck because you were static. You're not moving. The truck is moving, but you're not, right? And I was in the turret, so wind, cold wind, snow in my face. It was awful. Like foot patrols were better because you're moving, you're walking, maybe you're climbing something or going up a mountain, and it's just better. You stay active, you stay moving, it keeps you warm. The second you stand still, it's over. At least for me, dude, in the cold, the second I stand still or I sit down, I stop moving, that's it. It's over. I'm fucking miserable, and I don't even think I'll ever get that warm back unless I start moving again. Which, you know, smoking a motherfucker is a really good way to get that heart rate up, get that blood flowing, and get you warm again, right? So, which is what would happen, man. Sometimes we'd be so cold that we would just do push-ups. We're just like jumping jacks in place. Just to get it moving, dude, really.
Soldiers and Marines with Arctic determination develop a mental outlook despite the cold.
But it doesn't mean I want to be here. Fuck no.
That they can succeed because they have tested their capabilities during training, know the effectiveness of their gear, and understand what must be done. They acknowledge that conditions will be uncomfortable, but that success is possible nonetheless. In other words, it's not just toughness and blind willpower that allows soldiers to thrive and dominate in Arctic warfare, but a learned confidence that comes from proper training, specialized skills, and reliable equipment. The manual stresses that these human advantages need to be channeled through effective leadership that mitigates the risks and
These are the types of people that, like, you have to have the mindset of Mother Nature doesn't have shit on me. That's it. That's the attitude you have to have. You damn near almost have to be cocky for this, dude, really, because who wants to be in this environment? Hoth, yeah. Who wants to, bro, like, not even my enemy, unless my enemy's Russia, wants to fight in this environment. It sucks. It blows. Dude, And let me tell you what, trying to stay on target when you're cold and shaking, way harder than when it's warm and you're just like, I don't know, man. I hate the cold, dude. I fucking can't stand it.
Isolation that come from this theater of operations, while exploiting enemy weaknesses. To get a grasp on how to do that, the U.S. Army is...
But the best part about it is that if the cold is fucking with you, it's also fucking with the enemy, and it doesn't matter how well the enemy is adapted. The terrain sucks, man. Everything about it sucks. So if everyone has it bad here, really, for the most part.
Leveraging the extensive cold weather fighting knowledge of NATO's newest members, Sweden and Finland. Last year, soldiers from the 10th Mountain and 11th Airborne Divisions trained on Finnish skis during Exercise Arctic Forge 25. Seeing a bunch of soldiers skiing around on the countryside might seem goofy at first, but they're actually one of the best ways to dramatically increase the speed and carrying capacity of your average infantryman over deep snow and icy terrain. The Army liked the results so much it began producing its own version as part of an infantry winter kit overhaul. The 11th Airborne...
And it has to be skis because there's no way, unless you're just already fire at it, they're going to put these motherfuckers on snowboards. Because, in my opinion, snowboarding is harder than skiing. Prove me wrong, but...
Airborne Division, America's premier winter warriors that often test and develop Arctic warfare techniques before they go out to the wider Army, have developed a close working relationship with their Finnish counterparts. During the most recent war games in March 2025, platoon leader Lieutenant Buckland was thoroughly impressed by the way the Finns fight, even when temperatures during the exercise dropped to negative 40 degrees.
The way they're structured is unique in that they are very fluid when they move.
Finland borders Russia and was actually invaded by the Soviet Union during the Winter War of 1939. Outnumbered and outgunned, the Finns used the weather and terrain of their homeland to hold out for 2 months and inflict substantial losses on the Soviets, losing only 9% of their land during the following peace negotiations. Ever since, the Finnish people have taken pride in their Arctic warfare capabilities and kept a wary eye on their Russian neighbors, which makes them perfect allies to learn from when looking to prepare for war in the far north. Meanwhile, on the...
If anyone ever invades America, y'all are gonna have the best weather y'all ever fucking seen, especially if you come from this side of the world. God forbid you invade California. Oh my lord, best weather ever.
The other side of the Baltic Sea, U.S. soldiers and airmen have been developing crucial survival skills at the Swedish Subarctic Warfare Center near the city of Boden. Although it's located just 48 miles south of the Arctic Circle, it gets pretty cold there in the winter, so I guess the school is subarctic just on a technicality. In November 2024, 9 National Guard airmen and soldiers from New York took on a week-long winter training planners course at the school, learning cold weather survival techniques from the Swedish instructors. Nice. They are the experts operating in this environment, so we are going to pass that knowledge on to the rest of the New York Air National Guard and the rest of the Air Force. We've received briefings on training.
That's fantastic work by the Army to let them lead the way in something that they clearly know more about about than we do.
In subarctic environments, understanding how extreme cold affects both people and equipment, and what to consider when planning in those conditions. As a planning course, the training focused on a more operational scale than purely in.
You know what you need to really focus on is, I don't know how insulated a Camelback is, but your water source, you're gonna want to put that in something that it can't freeze, because you are in sub-zero conditions. So, yeah, your water source. You need to stay hydrated, even if it's cold.
Individual survival skills, teaching the airmen and soldiers how to assess ice thickness and determine if infantry or vehicles of different weight classes can move across it, or account for differences between summer and winter terrain of the same landscape. Areas that might be a light hike in warmer months could be completely impassable in the cold, while other routes might be more viable. These are skills essential for planning movements of entire military formations, and it's information you won't get from just reading a topological map. Passing on this kind of knowledge from Swedes to US forces means American commanders will have better recon of the terrain in polar regions. So hopefully, that means fewer orders sending tanks up icy hills just because the guys back at HQ assumed it'd be fine. It's one thing for the boots on the ground to have the training and skills necessary to survive in the Arctic, but for them to truly dominate against a near-peer adversary, they need force multipliers. Existing platforms need to be modified so they can continue performing essential functions even in extreme conditions, like those aforementioned Apache skis. Heavy-duty antifreeze and fuel additives keep trucks and Stryker vehicles running, while Arctic weapon lubricant gets issued to soldiers instead of regular COP. Other branches of the military have increasingly been looking into the U.S. Coast Guard for advice on how to enhance readiness in the Arctic. The Coast Guard traditionally operates a small fleet of icebreakers, although lack of funding and priority means we're down to just 2 right now. Cutters regularly patrol northern waters around Alaska for both law enforcement and search and rescue missions. That means the service has some of the most extensive experience dealing with how the cold affects surface ships, small boats, aircraft, and personnel. The Coast Guard also just got the green light to build a new modernized class of icebreakers that can operate in both Arctic and even harsher Antarctic waters. Dubbed the Polar Security Cutter, the 460-foot-long vessels will not only provide ice-ready law enforcement, surveillance, and search and rescue capabilities, but can also keep routes safe for other military vessels. Icebreaking is an essential support activity for naval and logistics ships in the Arctic.
I honestly didn't even know it was an actual logistical activity until right now.
Which is why Russia has 41 of them, including 7 that are powered by nuclear reactors. If America wants to bring the might of the US Navy to bear in the polar regions, the country needs to catch up quick. Last year, President Biden authorized $11.8 billion in additional resources for the Coast Guard, including funds to purchase commercial icebreaker designs off the market, while the first 3 polar security cutters are being built. Even with projections that the poles will have less and less ice coverage every year, icebreakers still play a crucial role in keeping newly opened routes clear of floating icebergs, or can even extend the range of naval vessels further into the polar regions by crushing new paths that an adversary didn't expect. To make soldiers' lives a little easier when trudging through the snow, the Army just adopted the new Beowulf vehicle from BAE Systems in 2022. Designated the Cold Weather All-Terrain Vehicle, or CATV for short, the Beowulf provides enhanced mobility and cargo capacity for areas that existing vehicles can't go. The vehicle also provides the basis for future recon, medevac, or command and control variants.
It's an LMTV with tracks
that will take over essential battlefield roles when everything else freezes in place. Originally built as a joint project for the British Royal Marines and Swedish Armed Forces, the Beowulf has proven extremely reliable and versatile in the most rugged terrain. The secret to its success is its full-track, dual-body design that moves and articulates as needed to keep the tracks in contact with the ground. This gives the 6.7-liter turbocharged diesel engine the traction it needs to power through snowdrifts, while staying nimble enough to weave through trees and boulders. The CATV can carry up to 14 passengers, or 8 tons of cargo, with a top speed of 65 kilometers per hour. It's also amphibious, without any special preparation, so troops can ford rivers or lakes by just closing up the doors and gunning it through cold waters.
Damn, I feel like that's what the soldiers in Lithuania needed. They may have survived.
Amphibious capabilities also help the Beowulf negotiate the lesser-known but equally tricky terrain of Arctic swamps and bogs, like the mud that swallows up everything during the spring and summer months as frosted ground thaws out. As a combat vehicle, the CATV comes standard with protection against small arms fire and artillery fragments, with the option to add enhanced protection kits against mines or heavy machine gun calibers. Although it's not meant to be a frontline fighter, the vehicle has mounting points for self-defense machine guns and we could see dedicated air defense or mortar variants in the future, like what other nations have done with their versions. The initial contract in 2022 allocated $278 million for full-rate production. That was reported by the War Zone at the time. However, the Army has liked the vehicle so much during training and exercises that they have ordered an additional 44 units in 2024, to the tune of $68 million. The first CATV models arrived at the 11th Airborne Division HQ, the Northern Warfare Training Center, and Alaska National Guard units in October 2023, just a little over a year from the first contract signing. That's lightning fast by U.S. military procurement standards, and may speak to the importance the Pentagon is giving to the Arctic warfare mission. But all this training, gear, and preparation doesn't amount to much without a cohesive strategy to mobilize troops and resources before, during, and after a conflict starts. The U.S. military has military bases and radar stations in Alaska, but to truly keep an advantage over Russia and China, the new Arctic Warfare Manual stresses the importance of working with our allies. Canada, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland are all traditional NATO allies that feed intelligence and surveillance data to the U.S. Sweden and Finland offer new staging areas and basing options for U.S. troops and aircraft, in addition to the knowledge they've been passing on. And the UK patrols northern waters with the might of the Royal Navy and Air Force. In the event of war, or even a small skirmish in the newly contested Arctic zones, these allies are already trained to operate in concert with American forces. The far north is a hostile environment where every advantage counts. Even just having current ice charts from partner nations unlock operational superiority over an adversary that depends on satellite data that might be days or weeks old. But the main goal of U.S. strategic outlooks has always been deterrence, to stop the fighting before it starts. Presenting a unified front with longtime allies that have a stake in the Arctic region is the policy that both political and military leaders believe will keep the Arctic safe for travel and economic development for all nations in the years to come.
Good. I'm glad that I learned about a war that's not going to happen until 2065. That's great, man. I'm super happy that we're trying to progress in that regard. David, that's great, man. I wish I could give a fuck more, man. I really do. I'm trying here. That's just like all right. If that was a story on the Army Times, I would have skipped it like 50 times. That's good. It's actually my choice because that was a request by Terminated Vince, so kinda doesn't I either get to pick what I want or I do whatever your request is. I'm picking my own thing, Vince. It's not an hour, it's only 50 minutes. Terminated donated for my choice. I'm going with my choice, man. You're like, hey, I put a shorter one in there. It's literally 10 minutes shorter. I'm choosing my own thing. Sorry. Tomorrow, first thing, we'll do the movie, and then we'll carry on from there. See what's here. All right. I actually hate that he went to a longer style of video. To be honest, I wish that they were all still 19, 18, 25 minutes. I can deal with 30. Bro, these hour ones, they crush my will to just like keep streaming. Really. I've been completely honest with you. They crush my will to continue the stream. Anytime anything over an hour is requested. Because it's just like... Hmm. All right. Watch the new one. Inevitable. Is there anything new in the Fat Files that we haven't seen? I have to feed my dog, guys. So just if y'all want to watch this, if y'all want me to watch this, y'all are just gonna have to just give me a second. Wait, I guess. Okay. For those of you who are still here, let's start. Marine Ace of Aces, Joe Smokey Foss. Let me guess. He was blind. Maybe. Maybe not. Amazing shot, Ace. So, chances are, given the history of Fat Electrician videos that we've watched, motherfucker's probably blind, or I don't know, like is missing half a brain or something. Is just like amazing. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I said missing half a brain. We are talking about a Marine, but I'm kidding. That hard. Here we go.
All right, if you've been watching my channel for a minute, you know what happens when our hero has bad eyesight. Let's see what happens when they have better than 20/20 vision.
Oh.
Today we're talking about Joe Foss, aka Smokey, America's first ace of aces from World War II. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already talked about John Basilone, the legendary Marine Corps machine gunner, and his heroic actions on Iwo Jima and Henderson Airfield, where he earned the Medal of Honor. But what we haven't talked about is that while John Basilone was on the ground at night repelling wave after wave of Japanese soldiers, there was another group of heroes that defended the airfield from above during the day, the legendary Marine Corps Cactus Air Force. Like all the other Marines on Guadalcanal, they were outgunned, outnumbered, and somehow, in typical Marine Corps fashion, they managed to win anyways. And they did it by rallying around one of the greatest fighter pilots in American history.
Marines have done that so much throughout the course of history. Wild. Battles they should have lost, they won. Situations where they were outnumbered and they were all but dead, they actually came through victoriously. It's just like wild. Just pulling the wildest shit out of their ass and winning.
History, and somehow you've probably never even heard of him. Well, you're gonna learn today, right after a word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
There you go.
What do you know with my MP5?
This is my MP5.
What am I supposed to use for home defense?
Do you want the 12 gauge or the 300?
I love you.
I know.
All of them.
This video is brought to you by Delete Me, okay? Super simple business model. You give them money, they turn around and they make sure that online data brokers are not selling your personal information online. Okay, here's the deal. Pretty much anytime you use...
Okay.
All right, our story begins on April 17th, 1915, when Mary and Frank Foss give birth to their first son, Joe Foss, in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Growing up, Joe had a younger brother and sister, and they grew up on a 120-acre farm inside of an old farmhouse that had no electricity, no running water, and he was dirt poor pretty much the entire time. But it was the Midwest in the early 1900s, so everybody else was dirt poor too, so he never really noticed. Growing up, Joe and his siblings' lives were pretty much school, hunting, fishing, and working the entire time. And Joe's dad taught him absolutely everything. Joe said he was the best shot he'd ever seen in his entire life, and that was after serving throughout World War II. And as he continued to get older, in the eyes of Joe, his dad got more and more awesome as he discovered the incredible, impeccable dad lore that his dad had before his mom made him settle down and become a farmer. Joe's dad, Frank Foss, was an absolute wild man before his mom made him settle down, and despite that, he still kind of was a crazy guy. You gotta remember, this is the early 1900s. People don't have TVs. If you've seen a boxing match, it was probably in person, and it was probably at like the state fair or a traveling carnival or something. Yeah. Well, Frank Foss, Joe's dad, would always go and compete at every local event for boxing and wrestling. When I say wrestling, I don't mean like he put on a singlet and tried to pin another guy's shoulder blades to the ground like you think of wrestling at like high school or collegiate level. No, this was old school catch wrestling, which is more akin to Brazilian jiu-jitsu, where they're trying to tap each other out with arm bars and chokeholds. And Joe's dad, Frank, never lost. And as he gets older, he starts to realize like, oh, all the other kids at school, their dads aren't gigantic badasses. What's going on here? So he starts asking Frank and Mary questions. Come to find out, Frank traveled the country with the Ringling Circus performing back in the day. After that, he was a conductor for the railroad. He'd also been interested in aviation pretty much since it was invented and had survived several plane crashes, and Joe said he was the best mechanic alive. The guy could fix and do anything, and he worked his ass off 24/7, and he was Joe's absolute hero. Because his dad was interested in aviation, when Joe was 12 years old, he took all of his kids out to a Charles Lindbergh air show, and that got Joe interested in it as well. Then when he was 16, Dad had saved up enough money for him and Joe to go up in a plane with legendary South Dakota pilot Clyde Ice, and that sealed the deal. Joe wanted to be a pilot. Several years after that, in 1933, Joe is 18 years old, and there is an enormous thunderstorm. The rain is coming down so heavy that you can't even see your hand in front of your face. Joe's dad, Frank, gets caught out in this storm, and he's driving along in his car, just trying to make it home, probably driving pretty safe, and for some reason his car just stalls out. What Frank doesn't know is the car stalled out because he drove through a puddle, and inside of that puddle is a downed power line. So when he opens the door, grabs his flashlight, and steps out to investigate and try to fix his car, because he's an incredible mechanic, he's electrocuted and killed almost immediately. At 18 years old, Joe Foss has just lost his dad, his best friend, and his hero all at once. Despite that, he does exactly what he thinks his dad would have done.
And the crazy thing is that shit could still happen today. And you don't know. I mean, he stepped out of the car because he was a mechanic, but in most situations, your car just stalls like that. I'm at least getting out to investigate something. Like, what the fuck just happened? And if anything, I'm getting out of the car regardless, because I'm not just gonna sit in a car in the middle of the road. Another car could just like be coming and not give a fuck about the speed limit and plow into me, right? So I'm probably, that could happen to anybody, and it could still happen to someone today. That isn't just specific to the time. That's wild.
Done. He becomes a man of the house. He starts running the farm. He works 2 jobs and somehow manages to still finish and graduate high school his senior year. Despite managing all of this, basically taking over his dad's entire life, he still is aspiring to be a pilot. So he tries to go to college. He gets accepted, but he makes it through the first semester, and he can't manage it. He can't make enough money, help raise his family, and do college all at the same time. So he's forced to drop out, and the dude just goes to work. Every moment he is not sleeping, he is working his ass off. By 1936, 3 years after his dad passed away, he had made enough money to pay off his family farm. And by that point, his younger brother was old enough to at least manage the farm by himself to the point of breaking even without the mortgage hanging over his head. So he turns the entire farm over to his brother and his mother, and he goes off to college. And this kind of sets the tone for the rest of Joe's life. He is the old guy right out of the gate. He is a 21-year-old freshman in college. All the other kids are 17, 18 years old. And here's Joe, 21-year-old man, already been through the ringer in life, but here he is. So he makes the best of it. He tries to, follow in his dad's footsteps. He gets involved in boxing. He plays football. He's not super great at either one, but he does pretty well. While he's doing that, he's working at the college as a janitor to pay off his tuition, and he's taking all of his extra money and spending that on flying lessons so he can learn to become a pilot. So he goes on, he graduates college, he becomes a pilot. He's got like 100 hours of flight time. In 1939, he joins the civilian pilot program, racks up even more flight time. And then in 1940, it's looking like we're gonna go off to war. So Joe is figuring like, okay, well, if I don't volunteer now, I'm gonna end up getting drafted. So I might as well volunteer, and that's gonna give me the best shot I can get at going off to become a fighter pilot, because that's what he wants to do. Not only is Joe gonna volunteer to be a fighter pilot, he is going to volunteer to be a fighter pilot in the United States Marine Corps, because he knows that the Marine Corps always gets into the action first. The problem is, in order to do that, he has to make it all the way to Minneapolis, Minnesota from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, so he hitchhikes the entire way there with $5 in his pocket. So Joe ends up making his way all the way to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the week that he gets there was 28 men volunteering to be fighter pilots for the Marine Corps, and only 2 of them are going to get selected, and the 2 selected are Joe Foss and Ralph Gunderball, a man that would go on to become one of the legendary Flying Tigers under Claire Chennault. So Joe's thinking he's got the job. He's super
that guy's really good.
Pumped. The recruiter,
we watched that video too,
tells him to show back up in a couple weeks, so he's like, cool, hitchhikes all the way back home to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A couple weeks later, he hitchhikes back when the recruiter told him to. Unfortunately, Joe does not have the job yet. He has to go through elimination training, which is they've basically taken the 16 best candidates and they're going to put them through the ringer and only select the top 8. But Joe, with 100 hours of flight time under his belt, nails it, and he gets the job. So now Joe's got the job, but he's got to go to Pensacola, Florida to go through flight training for the United States Marine Corps Airport Aviation Program, and they're not going to send him there, so he hitchhikes from Minneapolis all the way to Pensacola, Florida. Once he
Dude is an expert hitchhiker, bro. Back when, you know, hitchhiking was legal. Hitchhiking's legal now, right? Oh my god, Nova, you and this ball, you and this ball is just gonna really, it's chapping my ass. Can you please? Oh, you got it, thank God. If it goes under the bed again, I'm not getting it. Bro, her and this ball, she takes it everywhere with her. Everywhere. It's like part of her person. Like a girl in her purse. That's how she treats that fuck. And she'll throw a fit. Like just now, I don't know if y'all heard her whining or not, but she'll throw a fucking fit if she can't find it.
He gets to flight school, he plays dumb. Like, he's already got a target on his back because he's the old guy. They're looking to eliminate him right out of the gate. What he doesn't want to do is tell the instructors, like, hey, I've got over 100 hours of flight time. I know what I'm doing. Because then it's going to turn into the whole, like, oh, no, you think you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You don't actually know what you're doing. You need to learn everything from me the way I do it the right way. So he just plays dumb the entire time. You know, like, the officers are training him. They're like, this is a rudder. That's a propeller. He's like, ooh, yeah, wow, I'm learning so much the entire time. Regardless, he crushes the entire flight program, ends up graduating. After graduating, Joe's allowed to request any type of service that he wants, so he requests to be a fighter pilot and is immediately denied because he's apparently too old, being like 25, 26 years old at this point in time.
I'm old, not obsolete.
So,
isn't that like, you know, it depending on which generation you ask, isn't 25 considered like your absolute prime? Or is it 35? I don't know, bro, but like, what do you mean too old? I guess in a time where you're drafting fucking children, I suppose a 26-year-old would feel like you're working with a grandpa, I guess. But damn.
While he's apparently too old to become a fighter pilot, he's also one of the best pilots that they have, so they just immediately make him an instructor at Pensacola right after he graduates the program. Shortly after that, Japan ends up attacking Pearl Harbor. At this point, Joe realizes shit's gonna hit the fan. They're going to war. He does not want to be stuck in Pensacola, Florida, being a flight instructor, so he starts volunteering for anything and everything he could possibly get into, and the first thing that accepts him is a photo reconnaissance unit. So Joe goes into this camera program, and he quickly realizes that most of these guys aren't actually aviators. A lot of them are professional photographers and camera people, and they know cameras inside and out already, which is the majority of what he needs to learn for the course. And he can't keep up. There's so much to learn with these cameras. He ends up training with these cameras 16 hours a day so that he can graduate through this course at the top of his class. After graduating, he ends up getting promoted to first lieutenant and shipped out to San Diego, California, presumably.
Probably not the ideal way that he saw his flight career going, you know? Going into photography, essentially. But, now you gotta start somewhere. There you go.
To go to war here pretty soon. The obvious problem being he wants to be
He just needs to get in a plane and he wants to be in a combat setting. That's all this man wants to do, so. Man, who would have thought that that would be so hard? You know, there's been, I've heard so many stories at this point, and I've watched so many documentaries and so many that they always, sometimes it feels like they make it so hard for you to just like join the effort or become part of the effort. And it's just like, motherfucker, we're at war here, man. As long as you can spell your fucking name, by all means, get in here and help. And it's just like,
a fighter pilot and not a camera guy, but anything that'll get him closer to combat is apparently the right way to go. But once he does get to San Diego, California, he does get some good news because his college sweetheart, June, had actually taken a job at a medical center in San Diego, California, knowing that most Marines end up there eventually, and she tracks down Joe, and they end up getting married.
Did I find you?
I was about to...
And while that's going on, Joe is going to work every day with this photo reconnaissance unit, getting ready for war, and he has to fly over and watch all the carrier-based fighter pilots training and learning how to take off and land on an aircraft carrier, and he's jealous. That's what he wants to do. So on his own time, he goes to the naval command of the actual program and is like, hey, I want to learn how to do this too. Put me through your program. The Naval Command is like, absolutely not. We don't have enough time to train our own Navy guys. We're not going to be training a Marine on the side. But Joe's not taking no for an answer, so he goes back every single day bugging this Naval Command, and finally the commander's like, you know what? Fuck it. I can't get anybody willing to do funeral service duty, so if you want to go ahead, work your job, do...
That has not changed. You won't find many people willing to do that, man. It's not fun. It just isn't.
Funeral service duty and have time to go through my course, I'll let you go through. I'll sneak you in. Now, to most people, that seems like a lot, but to Joe, this is just Tuesday. The guy's been working 3 jobs every day of his life since he was 10 years old. This is nothing. Not only does he go through and graduate the Naval Fighter Pilot program, he sets the gunnery record for the entire course.
Nice.
So at 27 years old, Joe Foss has basically just brute forced his way into being a fighter pilot, even though he's too old to do it. He is immediately promoted to captain and assigned as the head of a squadron in VMF-1. And VMF-1 is headed to the Pacific. Where in the Pacific, he has no idea because everything's a big secret. They're worried about spies. It's wartime. Everybody's paranoid. So he's basically just told, like, kiss your wife goodbye, get your ass on the boat, we're going. So they're making their way into the Pacific Theater on this boat, and after a while, they're almost there. He finally gets briefed on where they're going and what they're doing. Joe and his men are going into Guadalcanal. Guadalcanal was recently just captured by the United States Marine Corps from the Imperial Japanese, and the Imperial Japanese want it back because on Guadalcanal is Henderson Airfield, and this airfield is the most important airfield on the planet because the Japanese need it so that they can forward their objective and attack Australia, and America needs it to defend Australia and attack the Japanese. This is the most important island on the planet at this point in time, and Joe Foss and his men have to go in and defend it. A couple days later, October 9th, 1942, they wake Joe and his men up at midnight. It's pitch black outside on the ocean, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And command tells Joe, we're gonna have to catapult you off right here, right now. You're gonna have to fly into Henderson Airfield and land. The Japanese Navy has the entire island surrounded, and we can't punch through with our Navy. This ship is gonna get sunk if we try to get any closer, and if we launch you off during the day, they're gonna be shooting at you the entire
They're
time.
gonna see you.
This is the best bet.
You gotta go
Okay,
now.
and just so we're on the same page, this is kind of a big deal. Like, this is very dangerous.
This
The
changes
Grumman
shit.
F-4F Wildcat fighter that they're gonna be flying is not a nighttime airplane. It doesn't have nighttime navigation equipment. It wasn't designed to fly at night, navigate at night, land at night, and now they're just gonna yeet his ass off a ship surrounded by the enemy. He's gonna have to fly sneakily into the island and land on an airstrip with a terrain that he's not even familiar with. But hey, I guess that's what we're doing, so it's exactly what Joe does. Gets launched off the ship, takes off, makes it to Henderson Field, lands. He's got 11 other men with him. The next morning, all the pilots...
I'd be so nervous. That's like... I'd be so nervous.
Pilots that they're relieving are super pumped to leave. Joe, being the commander, like, goes to the veterans that have been fighting in combat and is like, hey, would you mind giving us and the guys some pointers? You know, we're new, we're fresh, we haven't been in combat yet. You guys are the veterans here. How about you know, stick around for a little bit, train us and help us out? And they pretty much look Joe in the eye and tell him it doesn't matter. You guys will all be veterans in a day or two anyways. And they're absolutely right, because Guadalcanal in October of 1942 is absolute hell on earth.
Yeah.
Every single night, the Japanese are coming out of the jungle, launching just wave after wave of attacks. They're hitting the bases with naval gunfire, and then during the day, they're sending massive fleets of fighters and bombers to strafe and bomb the airfield 24/7, all day, every day. It is a fight. And the first couple days for Joe and presumably his men is absolutely horrible. They can't sleep at night. There's explosions going off 24/7. They're getting rattled left and right, just sitting there in their tents, hoping that they don't catch a stray round or a stray bomb from the enemy. They can't do anything. They can't sleep. Joe's starting to wonder to himself, you know, like, what the fuck did I get myself into? I've very clearly made a horrible miscalculation. I shouldn't be here. This is a mistake. The next day, October 13th, 1942, Joe's up. It's his turn at bat. The Marines have been fighting off land forces all night long. Daylight is here, and there is a formation of 32 Japanese bombers and Zeros coming in, and Joe has to go up, leading a flight of 7 Wildcats to intercept. So Joe and his men get up in the air. They're fighting with the Japanese. Joe hones in on this little formation of 4 Japanese Zeros. He's already up above him, so he goes and dives, shoots down, blows one to pieces, dives right past the other 3. Big problem now, he's got 3 Zeros on his tail. So now Joe's shitting his pants. He shouldn't be here. He's got 3 Zeros on his tail. They're shooting at him.
I wonder what the plan was there. I don't know. Maybe he didn't think it all the way through, but he was like, I'm gonna do fucking something. And however it works out, that's how it works out.
He can hear the bullets hitting his plane, and he's like, this is it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking die. But hey, you gotta fight till the end, right? So Joe just keeps trying to lose these planes. He's got Marines shooting anti-aircraft fire, whizzing past his plane, trying to hit the Zeros. He's trying not to get hit by that. He's got the Zeros behind him, shooting at him. It's just complete chaos, and Joe is right in the middle of it. Eventually, Joe's engine ends up getting hit, and his engine's down. He's losing control of the plane. He's getting hit left and right, so he just lines it up with the airfield, and he's gonna have to land this thing at full speed. He's not gonna slow down to give the Zeros time to hit him and make an easy target. So Joe lines up, there's still flak fire whizzing past him, shooting at the Zeros, and he lands on the airfield at full speed, doesn't stop, drives straight through the airfield and crashes it into a grove of palm trees. So Joe, obviously kind of rattled, just crashed a plane at full speed into some palm trees, kind of like comes to his senses and is like, okay, all right, I think I'm good. I took the camera cord.
Barely got out of that. Holy shit.
This camera guy never gets hurt, right? Okay, I'm fine. Completely unscathed after crashing this plane, climbs out of his plane and starts walking back to the airfield. He gets there. Everybody is shocked that he survived. They didn't even bother to go check on him.
That is literally the definition of a crash landing. Well, actually, in this case, it would be a landing crash. Like, cause he's like, man, if I can just act like I'm landing and then just try to hit the brakes as much as I can, yeah, that's... And even then, I think some pilots have tried to do that and still died in the process. But yeah, he just walked out of that one. Barely escaped the enemy after either overestimating or miscalculating his plan, because you could have just, shot one, peeled off, tried to make a turnaround and get sights on another one, but to just straight shoot one and blast straight past the other three to where now they can all see you, and it just basically turned into a foot race, really. And that was just wild. There's the fucking combat you wanted, though.
Because they thought for sure he had died. And the entire time he was walking back to the airstrip, he's thinking to himself, like, I gotta get the fuck off this island. This sucks. I've made a horrible miscalculation. But as he comes back up, people see that he survived and they start cheering and clapping and patting him on the back. The Japanese planes have retreated and he has shot down one of the superior Japanese Zero fighters and lived to tell the tale. He's a hero. The mechanics go, they check on his plane, they count over 250 bullet holes in his plane.
Oh my God.
And he still managed to crash land the thing into a tree and walk out completely unscathed.
Without it exploding in midair.
It is apparent to everybody but Joe at this point that he is in fact the main character. He's the camera guy that never gets hurt. He is in fact wearing the plot armor. And as Joe's like looking around, still in shock, shaking hands, getting patted on the back, he's looking and it's all 17 and 18-year-old kids that are pumped because he actually pulled it off. He survived. He shot down a Japanese Zero, and Joe comes to the realization that he's got to be the main character too. He doesn't just see a bunch of other Marines. He sees his little brother and his little sister in the faces of those 17 and 18-year-old kids that are now looking up to him the same way that his siblings did after his dad died. Looking back on it later in life, Joe said, and I quote, "The look I saw in them, they were depending on me. I've never gotten over it. I just figured I got to lead. These kids are going to depend on me, and I've got the experience. I can lead these kids, and we're gonna go. If they want to go that bad, let's go."
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
And with that, it's no longer Joe Foss's goal to simply survive and make it off this island. It is now his goal to fucking win. If he could be the man of the house at 18, he's gonna be the man of the sky over Henderson Field at 27.
Yeah.
The next day, October 14th, Japanese show up again. So does Joe, shoots down another Zero, crash lands his plane again. 3 days later, October 18th,
You're playing with fucking fire here, Joe. Holy shit. Don't worry, guys, I'm good. I'm just gonna keep crash landing them. Just keep bringing me planes. Jesus. All right, let's he's gonna lock in here soon.
Japanese show up again. Joe shows up again too. This time he shoots down 2 Zeros and a bomber, becoming an ace in his first 9 days on Guadalcanal. But it's not just Joe doing it all alone. All the other Wildcats that Joe is leading into combat adopt the nickname Foss's Flying Circus, and they are fucking up the Japanese planes. 2 days later, October 20th, Joe goes up, shoots down another 2 Zeros. 3 days after that, October 23rd, he goes up and shoots down 4 Zeros in a single run. And now, after a whopping 2 weeks on the island, Joe's really starting to get his feet underneath him. He knows what he needs to be doing. The Wildcats have 6 50 caliber machine guns on the front, but the problem is you run out of ammunition too quick, and Joe is a hyper-aggressive, super accurate gunner. He likes to get right on top of his prey before he shoots him down, and if he has 6 guns firing all at once, he's gonna burn through his ammo too quick, and he's gonna waste too many bullets on a...
But he's a really, really good gunner, so if he could make it to where all these guns fired independently on his command, he could conserve ammunition and make that ammunition last longer than it's intended to. But since all the guns are firing at the same time, he's so accurate that he doesn't need all of that ammo. He just needs some of it.
Singular plane. So he actually goes and has the mechanics remove 2 of the 6 machine guns on his plane so that he can conserve ammo while shooting down as many planes as possible. And by this point, the Japanese are getting pissed. They have the entire island surrounded. The Marines are cut off. They shouldn't be able to keep resisting to the degree that they are, but the Marines are somehow pulling it off.
Again, they're just like, can somebody do something about this fucking guy? It's just
Every night, Marines like John Basilone are out on the front lines, repelling waves of Japanese soldiers that are coming in from the jungle. And every day, Joe Faust and the Flying Circus and the rest of the Cactus Air Force are up overhead, out fighting and outmaneuvering the Japanese planes. The Marines are running so low on supplies that they're actually sending crews out to find all the downed airplanes on the island, to strip out all the ammunition, all the usable parts, and siphon all the gas, trying to keep as many Wildcats in the air as possible. Whenever a Japanese sniper manages to slip past the Marine Corps' front line and open fire on the pilots and the mechanics that are working on the planes at night, the pilots grab their guns and go out in the jungle and hunt down the sniper, including Joe. Joe said he never actually got one of the snipers, but on one occasion, he did see a mechanic have a near miss, and the mechanic got pissed off, stormed into the jungle with nothing but his K-bar, and came back about 45 minutes later covered in blood with a fancy new Japanese rifle.
Knives are easy to hide. They're on jam and they never run out.
I'm sorry, I gotta go back and see if I heard that correctly. I hold on.
Did see a mechanic have a near miss, and the mechanic got pissed off, stormed into the jungle with
a near miss. That means he was almost shot, or he almost actually killed the guy. I think he almost got shot. I don't know, but he said, "Fuck it." That's insane.
Nothing but his K-bar, and came back about 45 minutes later covered in blood with a fancy new Japanese rifle.
Knives are easy to hide. They're on jam and they never run out of bullets.
The Japanese military is throwing absolutely everything they have at the Marines on Guadalcanal, and they just can't fucking break them. And because of it, the Japanese are getting absolutely pissed. On October 25th, the Japanese decide that is the day. This is the day that they are finally going to take Guadalcanal back and defeat the United States Marine Corps. On October 24th at 9:30 p.m., the entire Japanese fleet opens up on Henderson Airfield with naval gunfire, just full broadside attacks, and it goes all night long. The Japanese are dropping star clusters over the airfield, lighting the entire thing up. Joe said it looked like broad daylight on Henderson Airfield all night long, so that the Japanese planes flying overhead could accurately drop bombs. The only thing the Marines could do was just hunker down and take this absolute beating. They're blowing up the airfield. There's craters and potholes all over it. They're hitting planes that are on the ground. They're hitting infrastructure. Men are getting killed left and right, and all they can do is sit there and tough it out. And this goes on non-stop until 4:30 a.m. the next morning.
God, they really were mad, man. They just unleashed a lot there.
At this point, from the aerial view, there's no movement going on Henderson Field. All the Marines are hunkered down, so they fly over, don't see any movement. They think they've killed absolutely everybody, so they send up a bunch of Japanese planes, and these guys are thinking they're just gonna land on the airfield and take it over because they've already killed everybody. Unfortunately for them, the Cactus Air Force still has 8 Wildcats capable of flying, and Joe Faust to lead them.
My turn.
So Joe Foss and the Flying Circus get in their Wildcats. They go to take off. The airfield is so damaged that 2 of them end up crashing and don't make it into the air. It is now Joe and 5 other Wildcats going toe-to-toe with the Japanese Air Force. Joe gets up in the air, immediately shoots down 2 Zeros. He's out of ammo, circles back, lands, and it is like a NASCAR pit stop. They get him more gas, more ammo. He's back up in the air, goes back up, and shoots down 3 more, becoming the Marine Corps' first ever ace in a day. The rest of the Flying Circus manages to shoot down 14 more planes,
shot down some planes, landed like literally like a pit stop, bro, like on NASCAR. And it takes like a couple seconds and then boom, gone. Oh, that's just hilarious to me, really. You think about that from the enemy's perspective, right? Like let's say you're one of the Japanese planes that hasn't been shot down yet. And you're like, oh no, I lost my buddy. And then you look and you're just like, wait, is that motherfucker reload? Did he land? He's reloading? Oh hell, and then you die too, because like that's like the video game equivalent of like emoting in someone's face before you no-scope them. Just like the disrespect. But still, it had to happen, because otherwise, how else are you gonna running on fumes as far as resources? So
the Japanese packing for the day. After repelling the Japanese, they get a little bit of a break at this point in time, because the Japanese kind of have to take a step back and figure out what the fuck they're going to do next. They've just thrown absolutely everything they had at the Marines, and they threw it right back. And unbeknownst to Joe back home, he is now one of the most high-profile men in this entire war, shooting down 15 enemy planes in 12 days. After the Japanese get refitted, they attack again on November 7th. Joe and the Flying Circus go up to intercept again. Joe manages to shoot down 1 Zero and 2 recon planes. I
can just imagine the Japanese chain of command. They're just like, well, did you throw everything at him like we told you to do? And they're like, yeah, twice. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Would love to be a fly on the wall of like just a high command. And they're just like, oh, another.
Rest of the Flying Circus shoots down the 4 other Zeros, wiping out the entire flight. As Joe circles back around, and as he starts approaching, he sees parachutes, and as he gets closer, he realizes there's no pilots inside of these parachute rigs. It's just the rig itself floating down towards the ocean, and he has no idea where the pilots went. And he's like, okay, what's going on? And then he gets a little bit closer to another parachute, and the pilot's still inside of it, at which point he witnesses the pilot unhook himself from the rig and plummet to his death. And Joe, some farm kid from South Dakota, has no understanding of the Japanese Bushido code of honor that these guys are operating under. The whole, like, you know, it's better to die in combat than be captured or to lose. So he just doesn't even know what to make of it.
That's fucking weird, huh?
So after witnessing that, he's like not knowing what to think, and then he like finally like snaps back to reality of like, okay, but fuck,
that was weird.
Back to the airfield.
Yeah,
okay, so he turns around. All the other planes in the Flying Circus are gone. It's just him out there by himself, and he's like, oh shit, I'm way far away from Guadalcanal. I'm way out here chasing down that last recon plane.
God, dude, could you imagine if Owen Wilson's character from the movie Behind Enemy Lines would have had that fucking Bushido code? Would have never had a movie. He landed and dealt with it like a man.
So he starts making his way back to the island. He's running low on gas. It's not looking good. Then he ends up running into this enormous rain squall, and the rain is so thick that it ends up stalling out his engine. So now Joe's kind of shitting his pants. He's still way far away from Henderson Field. He's flying over the ocean. There's like several other smaller islands from the Solomons on either side. And he said in an interview later in life that he was like trying to rock the plane forward, you know, like a little kid does with a push toy or something. Just like, come on,
go,
come on,
go,
fuck.
Please.
And he just comes to the realization he's not gonna fucking make it. He ends up crashing the plane into the ocean, gets tangled up in his cockpit, grabs his Mae West life vest, deploys it. He's fucking tangled up in the cockpit. So now the life vest is trying to pull his neck up when his foot's tangled up in the cockpit. He almost drowns. He's like 30 feet underwater at this point. He finally breaks free, floats to the top, coughing up a bunch of seawater. And the worst part of all, Joe, farm kid that grew up in South Dakota, doesn't know how to fucking swim.
Oh, he's definitely dead.
What? And the next...
Well, isn't that just problematic? Isn't that just grand? They didn't teach him that in flight school? Surely that, you're not going to always be flying over land, right? I mean, I don't blame Joe for not learning how to swim when he was younger. I feel like this is the military's fault. Because it's not a requirement by law that you even need to learn how to swim. But given a pilot's job, you would think that would have been something that they would have made sure that they at the very least knew, right? But they probably figured, hey, they got the life vest. Well, the life vest is gone, man. It's in the plane. It went down. I only had so much time, man. Otherwise, I'm just gonna run out of fucking oxygen. Anyway.
Next best part, it's shark-infested water.
That's fantastic.
Definitely. So at this point,
I would not have that any other way. I really wouldn't.
Joe Foss is just absolutely shitting his pants, floating out in the ocean, can't swim. There's sharks fucking everywhere, or at least that's what he thinks. So he's trying to figure out, like, oh shit, I might be bleeding. I don't know. Sharks are attracted to blood. How can I make the sharks not eat me right now? So he has his like little survival kit attached to his Mae West life vest, and inside of it is a water purification kit. So he starts taking the water purification kit and putting it into the ocean water, hoping that that's gonna like trick the sharks or obscure the smell of blood if he has any, or deter the sharks somehow. But apparently it works because he doesn't end up getting attacked by a shark.
I am a nice shark, not a mindless eating machine.
He does, however, sit there floating in the ocean with his life vest for hours, praying his ass off. And apparently it works because the plot armor kicks in, and of all the things to happen, a Belgian missionary on a nearby Solomon Island of Malaita ended up seeing his plane go down and convinced the local indigenous people to go out in canoes and try to find him. So like 3 hours go by, Joe is just floating in the ocean. It's now dark, it's nighttime.
The degrees of luck that this fucking man has is absurd.
And off in the distance, Joe can hear people speaking, but it's not in English, so naturally he just assumes that it's the Japanese looking for him, so he doesn't try to draw any attention to himself. He just kind of like tries to like stay quiet and small in his life vest, and then after a while he finally hears somebody say out in English, it was the Belgian missionary, point the flashlight over here, and he's like, oh shit. He calls for help. They end up fishing him out of the ocean and dragging him back to this small island of Malaita. So from here, Joe spends like 5 days on this island with this indigenous tribe and this missionary and a couple of nuns, and he said it was the best time he had the entire time he was in the Pacific Theater. He said it was the best food he had. It was all fresh meat. There was all these exotic fruits, which, I mean, again, farm kid from South Dakota in 1920, he doesn't know what the fuck a papaya is. So this is the first time he's ever eaten all these delicious fruits. He's having a great time. They're hooking him up. He got to live inside of the chief of the tribe's hut the entire time. They're treating him like royalty.
I am Chief Tanabak. What names may we call you?
I am Miguel.
And I am Tulio.
And they call us Miguel and Tulio.
Eventually, the missionary and the nuns somehow end up getting word back to Henderson Airfield that they have this guy, and they send a Catalina flying boat out to Malaita, and they pick him up. So Joe shows back up to Henderson Airfield, gets right back to work. November 12th, the Japanese show up again. But this time, it's like...
He had like a little mini vacation in the middle of all of that. Imagine, man. Crashes in quite possibly shark-infested waters. He can't swim. Luckily, he has his thing. And he gets found by a local tribe that house him for a couple days. He gets like a little R&R. That's only this guy.
60 Japanese planes, and they're launching a massive attack trying to dive bomb American ships that are sending in reinforcements and supplies to Henderson Airfield. So Foss leaps into action, swoops down, shoots down 2 torpedo bombers and a Zero, and now he's out of ammo. So now there's nothing he can do. He's got to cut, run, go get more ammo, more fuel, and leave these ships as sitting ducks. But he comes up with an idea. Rather than turning back around and running, he goes up and circles around the ships super high up in the air, acting like he's a recon plane. And in doing this, Joe manages to trick the Japanese into thinking that he's a scout for a much larger American formation, and that this entire thing is a setup. These boats don't actually have reinforcements on them, and it's all bait trying to get the Japanese to send their whole air force out so that an even bigger American formation can come out and wipe them all out. The Japanese take the bait, they drop their bombs over the ocean, they turn around and flee, and Joe has just saved the day with literally no ammunition and just his wits. 3 days after that, he goes up again, shoots down another recon plane, and then Joe Foss is finally taken out, but it was not by the Japanese. It was by fucking mosquitoes.
Now, malaria is,
malaria,
of course, transmitted by mosquitoes. I brought some here so you could experience this. We'll let those roam around the auditorium a little bit.
Joe ends up getting malaria. He's hospitalized for like a month. At this point, Joe could just go home and sell war bonds. Like, he's a war hero. He's one of the best aces America has at this point in time. But
damn, the way that he made that sound made it sound like he fucking died. Right? Or is that just me? Like, damn, got taken out by malaria? Damn. That's wild.
Sell war bonds. Like, he's a war hero. He's one of the best aces America has at this point in time, but that's not how Joe gets down. He's got to go back and be the fucking dad for Guadalcanal, and that's exactly what he does. On January 15th, he goes back into combat after kind of recovering from malaria.
Cool.
And when I say go back into combat, I don't mean he like got back to the island on January 15th. I mean, he showed up to the island on January 15th and then shot down 3 more Zeros. After he lands and it's confirmed that he did.
Bro, he wastes no fucking time, man, at all. He shows up and just kills shit. There's no looking for a motherfucker. There's no searching. There's no like, hey, let's go scout this area and maybe there's somebody. No, when he gets in a plane, other planes go down. That's it. It's guaranteed.
Did in fact just shoot down 3 more enemy planes. He is informed that he is immediately grounded, and within a matter of like a week or 2, he is shipped off of Guadalcanal, and he has no idea why. It's not until actually making it back to the United States.
They probably think you're cheating or something, and they're doing so good. I don't know. I'm probably got to go talk to the principal.
That he realizes that he was shipped back home because he had shot down a total of 26 enemy planes, tying the all-time American record set by Eddie Rickenbacker in World War I. And he is actually America's first ace of aces in World War II. And he had no idea. He had no clue that back home for weeks and months, he had been on the cover of newspapers and magazines being hailed as one of America's greatest fighter pilots. He didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care. He didn't care who shot down the plane.
I care. He might not. I do. You pull this man off mission. Why? He tied it. Did you pull him off so that he wouldn't beat it? What was the reasoning? Because he probably could have. You know what I'm talking about? Like I'm looking at this from the perspective of like, I don't know, an athlete, bro. Like you're 1 home run away from breaking the home run record, and your coach benches you. What? Why? I don't know. Okay.
First ace of aces in World War II. And he had no idea. He had no clue that back home for weeks and months, he had been on the cover of newspapers and magazines being hailed as one of America's greatest fighter pilots. He didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care. He didn't care who shot down the planes or who got credit for shooting down the planes. He was just trying to keep everybody alive and get everybody through this living hell on Guadalcanal. In the 3 months that Joe fought,
well, yeah, I understand that, but as far as like now, I do. Yeah,
Foss and the Flying Circus were on Guadalcanal. His flight of 7 Wildcats is credited with downing 72 enemy aircraft, 26 of which came directly from Joe himself. And in doing so, he has apparently become too valuable to the overall war effort, so they've drug him back to the United States to parade him around to try to sell more war bonds to raise money for the war. And just like every other hero I covered that they do this to, he hated every minute of it and would have much rather been back in combat.
I hate hearing about it happening. It makes me cringe. I despise everything about that. Some people are gonna say, well, it's your duty to do that. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, it's not, man. It's the military's job to do that. I already did my job. Stop doing. I don't like that. No, I don't. None of us do, man. None of us. Nobody. Sorry. I get annoyed when that happens. It's like, and it happens so much, man.
Combat with his men. So in May of 1943, he is awarded the Medal of Honor and then sent on his war bonds tour. But there is a little bit of a silver lining, because while he's getting paraded around the United States and going on radio shows, he did get to hang out with his wife June the entire time, and she is now pregnant, and they are going to have their first kid. Fantastic. Unfortunately, after a year of getting paraded around the country, he is deemed expendable yet again, and he is being sent back into combat before his first child is born.
Oh, you just
February
can't make it up, bro.
1944,
It's
Joe
like,
is put in command of VMF 115, and they are headed off back to the Pacific. And this time, instead of flying Wildcats, he is going to be flying Corsairs. Now, when Joe went into the Pacific the first time on Guadalcanal, this was like the turning point of the Pacific theater for World War II. Up until then, the United States military had been getting their asses kicked, and they managed to hold on to Guadalcanal, and that was kind of the turning point. And the entire time that he's been out of combat, it has just been an onslaught of America kicking ass. And by this point in the war, the Japanese are on their heels. They don't have many planes and many good pilots left. So a lot of what they're going to be doing is search and destroy missions of hitting ground targets. And because of that, Joe is never presented with another opportunity to shoot down another plane to break Eddie Rickenbacker's all-time record. He is merely going to be the man that ties it. That record is not going to be broken until later in 1944 by the legendary Dick Bong,
We did watch that video and we know about this guy, but still, come on. Whatever. In my mind, he broke the record because he would have. Bureaucratic and political bullshit aside, he would have. So I'm willing to give it to him if y'all are.
America's ace of aces. But again, Joe doesn't really care because he never cared about the record in the first.
Well, some of us care.
Place. He was just trying to get his guys through it. That being said, I've already done an entire video covering Dick Bong, and the dichotomy between these two pilots is absolutely hilarious. You've got Dick Bong, basically the prodigy of a pilot. He just goes up there, out-finesses, out-maneuvers, and outclasses enemy pilots left and right every single time. And then you've got Joe Foss, the Marine aviator, and he is truly the embodiment of the Marine Corps. He's not going up there and out-finessing and out-maneuvering and outclassing them.
He's gunning you the fuck down as fast as humanly possible. There's no tricks, there's no maneuvers, there's no like remember the first Avengers movie where Thor snatches Loki off the plane and Captain's like, yo, Tony, we need a plan of attack, and Tony's like, I have a plan. Attack. That's Smokey Joe Foss right there. That's
on every level. He's going out there with brute force and ignorance, mag dumping as many enemy planes as he can find, crash landing his fucking plane, hopping in another plane, and going back up there again. The dude's not natural.
That is the most Marine type pilot right there. That is like the epitome.
Gifted. He's not a prodigy like Dick Bong. He doesn't have a new state-of-the-art plane like Dick Bong did in the P-38. No, he's just hardworking, refuses to take no for an answer. You can't kill the motherfucker. No. He's going up in the air in what is now like an outdated, outclassed Wildcat going up against Zeros, and he's just doing what he can with what he has, and somehow he manages to win every single time. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyways, after being in the Pacific for a while, conducting these search and destroy missions, he ends up getting malaria again, and because he got it again, it was significantly worse.
I don't know why, for some reason, I thought he was going to say molested. But yeah, malaria also does suck. I'm sorry. Okay.
Search and destroy missions, he ends up getting malaria again, and because he got it again, it was significantly worse. He ends up getting hospitalized and losing a significant amount of body weight. He goes from being like 180 pounds to 115 pounds. It almost kills him. He's taken back to the United States. He has to see a bunch of different specialists, take a bunch of different medications, and by the time he recovers, the war is essentially over, and he goes into retirement.
I don't believe you.
And from here, Joe Foss decides to go on what I can only describe as the world's greatest saga of side quests, maybe ever. So he gets done doing all the military stuff, gets back home to South Dakota, pulls together whatever money he has, links up with one of his other pilot buddies from World War II. They pool their money together, they buy a trailer. This guy's family lives on one half, Joe and his wife and his daughter live on the other half, and him and his buddy just go hunting for an entire year straight. During this time, he ends up having another daughter, and after a year of hunting, he gets that out of his system, and then his family starts having health problems. June, his wife, is having diabetic-related issues, and his first daughter, Cheryl, is diagnosed with cerebral palsy. So at this point, shit's kind of hitting the fan back at home. He realizes, okay, time to put the daddy pants back on and get to work, and that's exactly what he does. So Joe Foss and his war buddy that he's been living with and hunting with for the past next year, who was also a pilot in World War II by the name of Duke Corning, they end up starting a crop dust spraying business together, Foss Spraying, and it becomes outrageously successful.
Nice.
So successful that they end up buying the local Studebaker franchise and open up Foss Motors as well. So now he's making money, he's paying the medical bills, he's a successful businessman. Korean War breaks out, he gets called back into duty. They're not going to ship him overseas, but they want him to come in and train all the new fighter pilots. So he goes
He's a
off,
boss,
he does
yeah.
that for a little bit, comes back home. From there, he serves in the Air National Guard and achieves the rank of Brigadier General. So he's a general, he's running 2 separate successful businesses.
The 1-star general, if I remember correctly. Nice. That's
He's one of the greatest fighter pilot aces of all time. He has a Medal of Honor. He's a war hero, so people want him to run for politics. 1952, he runs for South Dakota House of Representatives. He wins. By
Does he?
1955,
That's crazy. I would. That's my immediate reaction if anyone wanted me to do that. You should run for. What about anything of what I just did makes you think that I want to? That I even. I don't know. That's just me scoffing at the idea, but he took it seriously. He did it. He ran with it. That's good.
of all time. He has a Medal of Honor. He's a war hero, so people want him to run for politics. 1952, he runs for South Dakota House of Representatives. He wins. By 1955, he becomes the youngest governor of South Dakota at the age of 39. Right around the same time he gets elected governor, his crop dusting business burns to the ground with no insurance, so him and his partner have to rebuild that while he's being the governor. So while being governor, he rebuilds his business and is still regarded as being pretty good at being governor the entire time. So good that he gets reelected, serving 2 terms as governor, which is the maximum that you're allowed to do. During that time, he had his 4th kid and his first son named Frankie, and as his 2nd term was coming to an end, Frankie was diagnosed with polio. Luckily, Frankie pulls through.
Jesus, bro, his kids don't have good luck with the health.
Makes a full recovery from polio, but
never mind.
Between the polio scare and his first child having cerebral palsy, he recognizes the problem of like kids getting sick is fucking horrible. And Joe likes to fix problems, so that's exactly what he does. So he goes and creates a children's hospital, the Children's Care Hospital and School of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. But that's not enough, so he becomes the national president of the Crippled Children and Adult Society. So he serves his term at doing that, and then shortly afterward, he's on a business trip, and while he's on this business trip, he meets somebody, and they're like, oh, hey, you've done all kinds of crazy shit. How would you like to be the commissioner of the AFL, the American Football League, the direct competitor to the NFL, the National Football League? So Joe Foss is like, fuck it, sure, why not? He is the AFL commissioner from 1959 till 1966, and during that time, they became a major competitor to the NFL, at which point Joe Foss proposes the idea of like, hey, what if we had like a national championship game of the best team in the AFL versus the best team in the NFL?
Which essentially translates to the AFC and the NFC, which are conferences in the NFL. Is he really the one that thought up that whole fucking concept?
Which eventually would lead to the creation
Super Bowl? Really?
Of the fucking Super Bowl.
Are you fucking for real?
I'm losing track, so this is more for me than it is for you, but just so we're all on the same page. Ace of Aces in World War II, Medal of Honor, war hero, successful business owner, governor, founded a children's hospital, served in a national children's organization, created the
he wasn't fucking lying. The list of side quests, like, goddamn.
The fucking Super Bowl, and he's still not done. Then, because he's like super into hunting and outdoor stuff, he ends up getting his own TV show that becomes outrageously popular, The American Sportsman, that he hosts from 1967 till 1974. And then he goes on to be the president of the NRA, the National Rifle Association, during the 1980s, and then he finally retires and gets to live happily ever after.
So that is when it all went to shit. Oh, okay. When he retired.
Till 1974. And then he goes on to be the president of the NRA, the National Rifle Association, during the 1980s, and then he finally retires and gets to live happily ever after. But before he would pass away, he would make headlines one last time in 2002 at the age of 87 years old. In 2002, 87-year-old Joe Foss, war hero, governor, philanthropist, businessman, TV show host, NFL Super Bowl creator Joe Foss was boarding a plane to go from Sioux Falls, South Dakota to Arlington, Virginia. Don't know why. If I had to make my bet, in the twilight of his life, maybe he was going to a particular cemetery that's kind of famous to see a lot of his dead buddies at the end of his life. So he boards the plane, or at least attempts to, but he gets stopped by the TSA. Why does he get stopped by the TSA? Because they think that his Medal of Honor is a fucking ninja throwing star and don't want to let him keep it. I want to shit on the TSA, but it's 2002 and 9/11 just happened. So like, I understand they're at a heightened level of everything. So I'm just going to blame it on young kids not knowing literally anything. You know, like you see the internet videos of people calling the cops because somebody thinks a $2 bill isn't real and they think it's counterfeit. And then the cops show up and the cops have never seen a $2 bill either. It's like that.
That's crazy. $2 bill is real currency. It's not, it's rare. And I don't even think they're made anymore. That if you find one, keep it. Don't spend it, because I don't even think those things are put into circulation. Once upon a time, they existed, and it's real currency. You can buy stuff with it. It's just, yeah, it's just.
Okay, so just for the record, for all the young kids in the audience, this is a fucking Medal of Honor.
Not a
okay,
goddamn
it's not a ninja
star.
throwing star.
Regular cannon you say? No, says I. Ninja stars.
It's not a fucking sheriff's badge either. Like, oh.
Joe Foss, though, after being detained for an hour and being forced to strip down to his underwear on 3.
But hey, you know what? I'm okay with you not knowing what the fuck it is, so long as you're not, I don't know, actually throwing it like a fucking ninja star. I wouldn't want you to do that. So, whatever.
Separate occasions, while his Medal of Honor is being passed around like a hot potato from supervisor.
There's worse things you can do to that award to piss off a veteran or a military service member than simply just not knowing what it is. It's okay. No one's really gonna fault you too much. But I mean, come on, dude, it's the highest award. The president gives it out on national TV. He's done it. The president has done that several times over the course of history. You haven't, like, for one time. The blue ribbon should the blue ribbon should give most of it away, really, not so much the actual medal.
To supervisor that thinks that an 87-year-old war hero is trying to smuggle a ninja star onto the plane, isn't upset at all, takes everything in stride, and just moves on with his life, and ultimately passes away the next year in 2003 as one of the greatest men of all time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of Smokey Joe Foss, one of the greatest fighter pilots in American history that you have now heard of. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is...
He strikes me as the kind of guy that would be like, remember the movie The Longest Yard? Stone Cold Steve Austin's character, you know, he's kind of racist in the movie, and he's in the locker room, he's like, this is how a white man plays the guitar, right? And all this stuff. And he's like, this is how a white man makes a tackle, bitch, right? Be great if Joe Foss, he's probably one of those types of dudes, he's like, this is how a Marine flies a fucking plane, bitch! And that's just... yeah, that'd be par for the course for just his character, really, and his whole, just the legend of Joe. So, that's fantastic. Okay, I can pull chat back up. My bad, I didn't read chat that entire time, man, because had I read chat, I would have been pausing to talk, and that just would have made things last longer and go longer, and yeah. So, yeah. Yo, Tobias, what's going on, man? I don't even know if you're still in here, but... oh! Yeah, hold on, I think it's over, right?
Go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang.
Fantastic. All right. Thanks for hanging in there with me, guys, if y'all did. I'm out, dudes. I'm starving. I need to eat, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for requesting shit. Matter of fact, I have to edit tomorrow. If I go live, I'll let y'all know. But I'm gonna plan on going live. Just I gotta edit first. If anything, upload. I need to edit tonight. Oh, I'm so hungry, dude, that my stomach is like hurting. So I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. So I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. Definitely the next day. And if y'all need anything, y'all can hit me up in Discord at or DM me. I'll catch y'all. Oh, where is Nova? Oh, y'all see her? Can you see her? She's somewhere. Oh, hold on. Hey, come here. She's somewhere right here. Hold on. There she is. There she is. Hi. With your big ass. Hi. You know she's on. Hi, say hi. Oh, you're so black. I can't even see you on camera. Good lord. Look at those beady little eyes, looking like a fucking raccoon. Alright. I'll see y'all later. Get out of the way. Bye, guys. Yeah, David, you did, man. We've been live for a hot minute, dude. But I'll be live again tomorrow. Or the next day. So join us on Discord so you know when I'm going live. I 100% of the time let y'all know on Discord when I'm going live, just in case you don't get a notification on YouTube. I gotta go make some food. I'm dying. Like, my stomach literally hurts. It's eating itself.